And by the way, that character, Teeter, and their relationship in the last season, it kind of, I liked what they did with it. But Teeter, you can barely understand a word that she says.
Oh,
so
really?
She'll speak and you just don't know what she's saying, and you wait for the other character or the other person that she's on screen with to respond so that you know what she's saying.
Is she like a tough gal? Is that her story?
Yeah, I mean, she's one of the cowgirls, and she has a very thick accent, or puts on a very thick accent where it's supposed to be where you can't really understand her.
Yeah.
But her character was funny because you would you'd see that or listen to that, and it was kind of funny, and she did a good job with it. But in the last season, they kind of went sentimental with her character.
All right.
Subtitles. It's subtitles, your friend.
Some characters are like that. Yeah.
I think she might have been the gal. I saw an interview recently where when she was trying out for the role, they had asked her if she had ever ridden a horse before. And she's like, oh, yeah, I go way, way back. I'm a semi-champion.
And she did.
She told me she'd never been on a horse.
By the way, that in Hollywood is the standard refrain. If they ask you if you can ride a horse, you say yes.
Yep.
All right, so Kanye West has deactivated his X account after sharing a series of anti-Semitic posts on the social media site.
But he activated a Nazi account.
He also went after Taylor Swift at one point, apparently asking why she was shown dancing along to Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us at the Grammys. West has feuded with Swift over the years. Of course, you remember he interrupted her at the 2009 MTV Music Video Awards, claiming she didn't deserve the award for Best Female Video. Even actor David Schwimmer has called out for the social media giant to terminate Kanye's account. He wrote, "We can't stop a deranged bigot from spewing hate-filled, ignorant bile, but we can stop giving him a megaphone." So he was pretty fired up about that. But Kanye has deactivated that account.
So we went to his commercial for Yeezy.com, and Nikki went on it yesterday. It's literal. Is it a swastika?
It's a T-shirt, and that's what he was advertising.
A big swastika in the middle of it.
But it's not even, you can't purchase it. You just go to it, you click it, and that's it. It just makes it the picture bigger, and there was nothing else.
When he bought that advertising, is there any accountability at Fox to be like, hey, this website goes to a Nazi T-shirt or a Nazi symbol? Like,
I don't know.
Question. You would wonder if they would follow that.
Yeah, he spent the money. They cashed the check. Shouldn't they know what they're advertising?
Yeah, or he could have changed it at the last
maybe
second.
possible.
Who knows, man?
Could have been succulents when they bought.
I was holding out hope that there was some grander message that he was just trying to get people's attention with this, and then
for like something for Flex Seal.
Yeah, woo doggy.
Yeah,
no, but
woo Nazi.
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 Jesus.
See, they haven't considered a campaign like
You
that.
can soften it. Put him in a rowboat.
But no, he's out of his mind. Casey.
Yeah,
He's out of his mind. Yeah.
Fortunately, his wife is keeping the end up. This brutalized woman is horrible.
All right, actress Isla Fisher has spoken for the first time about her divorce from Sacha Baron Cohen, calling it the most difficult thing that she's ever experienced.
Has she ever fought a bear?
Probably not. If she's saying this is the most difficult thing. The couple split in 2023 after over 20 years together and announcing the breakup with a joint statement they had shared after a long tennis match lasting over 20 years. We're finally putting our rackets down. Reflecting on the separation, Fisher said, "I never imagined my family being separated, but we are committed and loving parents." And she also credited her female friendships for helping her navigate the split, saying, "The female relationships that I've cultivated in our business, those women have been there for me, and I'm sitting here today because of them." The timing of the divorce had raised some eyebrows as it came shortly after Rebel Wilson had accused Cohen of trying to, quote, bully her into silence over a chapter in her memoir that detailed her negative experience working with the Borat actor on the set of their movie Grimsby. But sources were divided on whether that controversy played a role in outing the divorce or not. Chelsea Handler has opened up about the end of her relationship with Joe Coy. The comedian talked about her 2022 split while she appeared on the Armchair Expert podcast. And apparently, the end of the relationship came down to differing expectations between the two. She had said to Dak Shepard, "I felt like it was a decision between having a relationship and being full on or choosing myself and my sanity. And sanity is an overstatement, but I would have compromised my own value system." She also added that some of the expectations around her, around being his girlfriend, were to her outdated and wouldn't work for her.
He wanted her to churn butter, and that was not something she was prepared to do.
That said, Handler says that she learned from the relationship, and she said the biggest takeaway from that relationship was I was able to be in love in a vulnerable, mature, healthy way, and that when I realized it wasn't going to work out, I was able to end it in a healthy, mature way.
Yeah, they're still friends, and she says he was a great relationship. When it's good to realize and assess what you want out of a pairing, and then if it's not working, walk away or do the OJ thing.
Well, I probably not
extreme.
Do that. But yeah, if you can walk away without too much emotional harm, I mean, there's going to be some, of course, without question. Breakups are, breaking up is hard to do, as a man once said. So,
the great Neil Sedaka.
Rob Lowe revealed this week that he may have been an inspiration for Michael Jackson. So he was on Jimmy Kimmel Live, and he said that back in the day, he had been approached by Jackson's plastic surgeon. And he said this is the quote from Rob. He said he was Michael's surgeon, and he told me that Michael requested my chin.
Yeah, I can see that.
I know he does have a great chin. And apparently that wasn't an uncommon request, though. He said it turns out for a brief, shining moment in the 80s, it was the most requested chin.
Wow.
So
it's funny because Rob Lowe played a plastic surgeon in Behind the Candelabra.
That's right.
Who had all this work done.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
And he looked plastic. It looked like an android.
Hilarious.
Yep. So back to the Super Bowl. Taylor Swift is not accustomed to getting roundly booed, but at the Super Bowl, that's what happened. She was hardly seen in the television broadcast, much to Nick's chagrin because he lost a bet. But when she was first shown on the Jumbotron, the Boo Birds chimed in and quickly showing her support tennis legend Serena Williams, who would have her own star turn during Kendrick Lamar's halftime performance. She had apparently posted on social media before the boos even faded. She said, "I love you, Taylor. Don't listen to those boo." So she just wanted to let her know she had her back.
So do you think there was a sort of a tacit connection between Eagles fans and because there's so many Eagles fans, and they're just kind of responding because she's sort of the connection to Travis Kelce, and that's part of it.
I think that was part of it, and the oversaturation of the relationship.
Yeah. I don't think it's a commentary on.
No, I think that they were. I think it's a fan thing.
Just good-natured vilification.
Well, I think that. Yeah, I mean, she was pulling for. Kansas City, there was an overwhelming majority of Philadelphia fans.
I'm sitting here too.
Paul is upset he didn't get booed.
I'm singing Paul McCartney.
She's not used to that, though.
He yells so loud he doesn't even need a mic.
No,
that's how loud he actually yells. They could hear him across
Ladies and gentlemen,
the stadium. It's crazy. All right, if you want to feel old, Leah Thompson, who most famously played Marty McFly's teen mom, Elaine Bates McFly in Back to the Future, is now a grandmother.
Holy hell.
On Sunday, the actress shared on Instagram that her oldest daughter, Madeline Deutsch, has welcomed a baby girl.
Good Deutsch.
Along with some photos of the newborn, Leah wrote, "Welcome to this crazy, beautiful world, little girl. Robbie June Carlisle. I'm a grandmother, friends. Such joy and happiness is singing in my heart."
Leah Thompson's daughter, who is the actress, I forget, and maybe that's her, I don't know, but is very good actress.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she was in Zombieland, Double Tap. I know that sounds like, what a great acting performance. But she's done a couple of things that are really good, very funny, comedically adept like her mother.
Oh, good.
And it looks a lot like Leah Thompson.
But always like Leah Thompson. She seems like I don't know, seems like good people. So when here you go. When Matt James and Rachel Kirkconnell, this is a Bachelor.
Oh my God!
She was I think she was the Bachelor, or she was the Bachelorette. I don't know.
Love you.
When Matt James and Rachel Kirkconnell suddenly split last month,
I don't think I love you.
James announced it to the world in an Instagram post, a post that suddenly disappeared. Okay. The January 16 post read, and here we go. Father God.
Father God.
Give us a peace about this decision to end our relationship that transcends worldly understanding, showers our friends and family with kindness and love to comfort us.
It's like Simple Jack wrote this.
And remind us that our joy comes from you, Lord.
You make my eyes rain.
Lord.
Is God on the internet?
That's exactly. Thank you, Casey.
I mean, probably is. God's everywhere.
Generally, I'm not a prayer, but from what I understand, that's between you and your maker.
Yeah.
You don't need to.
You sit in a moment of quiet solitude, and that's what you reflect about. You don't run right for the keyboard.
Right. You know what? Like sometimes when you need to message somebody, you're like, okay, what's the quickest way to get this to that person? They're probably thinking, okay, God's probably on Instagram right now.
Yeah.
Well,
he may see that little live thing.
Slide into his DMs. Yeah. People currently following.
So now fans have noticed the post has been deleted.
Do they have a deities following?
It does not mean the couple are reconciling. In fact, Kirk Connell said last week
way.
In an interview with Cosmopolitan,
Dear Father God,
that ship has sailed, she said.
By the way, there is a TikToker who is an angel in heaven.
Okay.
It's a comedian. She's so funny. She takes like calls and people trying to convince them to let her, or for her to let them into heaven. It's pretty good.
Okay. When asked specifically if they might get back together, the reality star said, there's just no way I'm letting myself.
No way.
So, yeah, she says no way. Lisa Rinna and husband Harry Hamlin are jumping on the podcast train. It's called Let's Not Talk About the Husband, and it will premiere this Friday.
I like him a lot. I do like her. I like their dynamic. I like that he is forever rolling his eyes at her reality stuff. And that might be good.
Steve, and she doesn't care. She knows that her lips are giant and that she's had plastic surgery.
She's got a rockin' bod, though,
And she likes to show it off. Right. She'll get almost naked. Yeah, and she just doesn't care what other people think.
And we had him here in the studio. He was great. He was great. So anyhow, in a joint statement, the couple said, "We are so excited to join the Dear Media family and finally bring this podcast to life. After 30 plus years together, some more fabulous than others. We've seen a lot, and we're ready to dish on everything from marriage and family to friendships, business, and fame." In case you're wondering about the odd title, which is once again, "Let's Not Talk About the Husband," is the title of the podcast itself. So it happened from the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And the famous, and I'm sure you remember, Steve, the Amsterdam episode.
Oh, my God. That's the one episode I keep on my DVR.
From season 5, where Rinna lunges at co-star Kim Richards after making false accusations about her marriage. Let's Not Talk About the Husband will premiere new episodes every Friday.
That second favorite is the sauerkraut episode.
Sauerkraut. Yeah. Amsterdam. Come on. So, with the character of Kang looming larger in the Marvel Universe and with Jonathan Harris dismissed from the role over his recent legal issue, the name Coleman Domingo has bubbled up as a possible successor. The Sing Sing and Euphoria actor has seen his star rising over the last few years. So the question is valid. Could Kang now be played by Domingo? And the rumors ramped up on social media so much that Coleman approached Marvel to see if they knew something he didn't. He said, "So we did a follow-up with a sit-down meeting with the heads of Marvel, and we talked openly about the landscape of Marvel or even the Kang rumors. Ultimately, though, Domingo says that it is not for him. He said, something didn't feel right to me.
Yeah.
Like, would I replace someone? No, I want to build something from the ground up that's my own.
I think they should introduce a character named Coleman Domingo. Yeah. And, this would be a likely transition for him because he is born to play that role. To be honest, in the broad rollout of Kang, I didn't find him all that impressive. In the actual comic books, he is. But, I mean, his introduction in Quantumania, really to give him a big turn, wasn't that good. I didn't find him threat level. You know who was a really good villain? The villain in the third Guardians movie. The guy who he has Thanos like, I'm going to make things better.
Right.
And Kang just didn't work for me.
Sorry, I'm reading a little bit about Coleman Domingo. He's from Philadelphia.
Yes, he is.
That's awesome. Do we know him?
No. But we got to know him from that Rustin movie, which he was nominated for last year or the year before, which is based on another person from Philadelphia. Rustin High School out in Westchester is named after Rustin.
Oh, yeah.
And so Coleman Domingo played that guy, and then, but he played somebody who was also from Philadelphia, and he went to, he's a Temple grad, and
Nice.
And he invented the cheesesteak.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Little known fact.
Yeah.
or not. Tom Cruise revealed to Empire magazine that he struggled with carbon dioxide buildup while he was filming an underwater scene for Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. The sequence, shot in an 8.5 milliliter rotating water tank.
But I'm good now.
Required Tom to wear a special suit and mask that he could only wear for 10 minutes at a time for risking hypoxia, basically not having enough oxygen in your body tissue. He said, I'm breathing in my own carbon dioxide. It builds up the body, in the body, and affects the muscles. And you have to overcome all of that while you're doing it and be present. And if that weren't enough, he previously shared that he apparently passed out multiple times while filming a totally different stunt for the movie, which had him dangling off an airplane that was flying at speeds of over 120 miles per hour.
You saw the coming attractions for the second film, right? The one that's the new Mission Impossible?
Was on the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
I saw a little bit of it,
I mean, the guy is... He does it all the time. He brings it. And so many of these are practical effects.
Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning hits theaters on May 23rd.
By the way, the first part of this was really good. I think what happened was it came on the heels of Maverick, and people might have been Tom Cruised out at that point. But if you get a chance, watch the...
I'm going to have to rewatch it.
Yeah, it's a two-parter, and it's really, really terrific.
I honestly think these movies get better and better as they go on, the Mission Impossible movies. I'm excited for the last one, and I have a running bet with my wife. I think Ethan Hunt dies in this.
I think you're right. I've heard a lot of that speculation, and I think...
he said it's his last one.
Yeah.
And so, but she feels like they're going to... do to him what Marvel has done to Hugh Jackman and make him come back until he's 90 and keep making these movies over and over again.
I don't think he dies. I don't think it happens.
Okay.
I think you think he dies, and then at the last second,
I think they surgically alter him, and he goes on doing the same stuff, but as Les Grossman.
All right. Casey, I'm doing real well with bets lately, so maybe you take that bet.
Speaking of, where's my champagne?
I haven't been in the liquor store yet. It's not even Tuesday.
So Anthony Mackie is making his big screen debut as Captain America in Captain America: Brave New World, but he is leaving part of his old suit behind. He said in an interview, I told them that I was never wearing that again, dude. He was referring to the half helmet from his super suit in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier series.
It looked really uncomfortable.
The suit change comes as Mackie's character Sam Wilson fully steps into the Captain America role, a journey that began when Steve Rogers passed him the shield in Avengers Endgame. Mackie, who first joined the MCU in 2014's Captain America: Winter Soldier, said the original helmet was, quote, my worst nightmare. He said because with the heat, the sweat, the fogged up glasses, it was impossible. So Brave New World is soaring into theaters this Friday, February 14th. Daisy Ridley is gearing up to return as Rey in the upcoming Star Wars sequel, New Jedi Order, and is feeling optimistic about the script. She said, I have not read the latest script, but I know what's happening, and I know the story, and I think what feels really good is that George is a phenomenal writer. That's George Nolfi.
I thought that was a character, like a Star Wars character named George.
I thought you were talking about George Lucas.
Newest installment to the Star Wars franchise is set to take place after the events of Ridley's trilogy that ended with Star Wars: Rise of Skywalker. And reflecting on the films being panned by critics and fans alike on the Happy Sad Confused podcast, she said, it's still upsetting, but The Last Jedi was so divisive. Despite the highs and lows, Ridley remains excited for the future and added, I think it will be worthwhile for everyone watching it, and I'm very excited.
In retrospect, my favorite movie of that cluster, and it was not really part of that cluster, was Rogue One. I don't think it was Daisy Ridley's fault that the movies were less than what we were hoping for. So maybe they can right the ship.
All right, two more quick nerdy things here. Daredevil Born Again will be darker and more violent than the Netflix series, according to showrunner Dario Scardapane in a new interview for Empire Magazine. The level of violence, he said, is way up there for a Marvel Disney show. And he added that one moment is way past anything Netflix ever did, he said. Vincent D'Onofrio, of course, returning from as Kingpin, agrees. He said, we've gone further in the darkness, the action, the nastiness.
I mean, remember, he decapitated a guy with a car door.
Yeah.
The show begins with Daredevil and Fisk in a week truce, avoiding their usual cycle of fights, but that truce is tested. And he said, Scardapane said, this dynamic is way more tense. We spend the next 8 episodes throwing rocks at it. Daredevil Born Again is set to hit Disney Plus on March 4th.
So I virtually never go back and rewatch a series. I watched a couple of episodes, but I've rewatched all of Daredevil. I'm currently halfway through season 3 in preparation for it because I love it. So good.
All right, and then finally, on great news on the Stranger Things front. We're coming up on 3 years since season 4 of the hit Netflix series premiered. And we've heard that season 5, which will wrap up the show, is coming this year. And now comes confirmation from the Duffer Brothers, the creators, that not only will we see it this year, things are ahead of schedule as of now. Ross Duffer told the audience at the SCAD TV Fest, it's going well. We're actually ahead of schedule, which is rare for us. And season 5 will consist of 8 episodes. No word yet on whether we will get them spread out or all at once. And we'll see, Mr. Duffer said. I will say that it's coming this year, and we're definitely on target.
Very exciting. Very exciting. And then apparently all these episodes are going to be virtually movie length.
Yeah, they're going to be at least over an hour long. Some of them hour and a half, maybe even longer than that. So that's awesome. All right, we're ready for the clips for you. So the hunting party follows a small team of investigators who are assembled to track down and capture the most dangerous killers who have just escaped from a top secret prison. And in this clip, Melissa Roxburgh talks about what she liked in the script to screen process.
I liked the criminal profiling aspect. I'm super nosy about the way other people's brains works, and so that was super fun to dive into. And yeah, I feel like each episode moving forward has just left me with I really actually do want to know what happens to the pit.
I don't think I want to see it.
The Hunting Party is on NBC. One more clip. St. Denis Medical follows an underfunded, understaffed hospital where the doctors and nurses try their best to treat patients while maintaining their own sanity. And in this clip, David Allen Greer describes his character with help of Allison Tolman and Wendy McClendon Covey.
I'm a bad virus. a rash that you just can't get.
You think it's under control, but it's not.
Eczema?
Actually, eczema, absolutely.
Oh, acute? Because you are so cutie pie. Look at him.
I'm a cute disease.
I'm gonna piss myself.
It's not funny.
A new episode of St. Denis Medical will air tonight on NBC.
It is actually pretty good.
All right, and that's what I have in the entertainment report this morning. Tattoos Day, text word tattoo 39333. Might win yourself a Floating World tattoo and piercing gift certificate worth $350 for your Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. We're going to make an announcement when we get back, so hang tight. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on the
Televangelist Kenneth Copeland has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't going to cut it.
Because the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot, I won't go into all that.
No, that's more. I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
this. It sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Airliner. So this is back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
There's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Or
whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in the service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's thinking, okay, how can I
tie this back into
how do I bring this back?
What's my spiel?
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Yeah, good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. And just
he's praying over the corrosion.
Corrosion,
in his
he's praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position. Because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me,
okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking. What? And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. What? Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're
an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
And listen to people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the.
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
previous
come in a
owner
hard
could have
time.
gone down in a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it. You know?
I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. And it felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good.
I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there? Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah.
To pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are you out of your mind?
Right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over, and praised God, and laid hands on that, and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded.
Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe
God. If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
Is there on my back? I just my back.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
you know
God!
What I mean, so there's a
fail-safe,
a built-in fail-safe.
So he laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're fired.
Yeah.
Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedure.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh, wait a minute!
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that.
Too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah, that's how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when somebody, I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, like then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Come on.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. So we are going to make an announcement right now. Can I get a drum roll, please? Thank you very much, Casey. So, obviously, There's an event coming up on Friday in the city of Philadelphia, and we are just officially announcing that we, the Preston and Steve Show, will be broadcasting live from the Eagles Parade. And we will be at our broadcast partner location, the Cambria Hotel of Philadelphia, and that's 219 South Broad Street. So 219 South Broad Street. It's around Broad and Spruce, between Spruce or Locust and Walnut.
It's a great location, man.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
We'll be right along Broad Street, right along the parade.
Yeah, we're on the route, and we're going to be just I think there's a balcony right above, so we'll be able to catch live visuals and carry that on the air for those who can't make it or who are listening along while they're there.
And the hotel itself looks really cool.
Yeah, so we're excited for that. We, 7 years ago did a live broadcast and just had a ball, and lots of great people stopped by. Oh, and Pierre Robert.
Yes.
Is going to carry on after us, and he is going to broadcast from the Cambria as
I love
well
it. I love
Friday.
it. Yeah.
Kath, you had all the details on the parade. What time does it start?
So they haven't released that. They're
Oh, they
releasing it
haven't. Okay.
today. They're having an 11 a.m. press conference. Of course, people are speculating. Same thing like we did yesterday. Like, parade is Friday. They didn't officially announce that it was Friday until later in the afternoon. So today at 11, they're going to give a timeline, the exact parade route, and any other event information.
Okay. And while we are there, though, up on that balcony, if you happen to be in that general vicinity, you want to cast your eyes up because we will have BirdBot with us. Of course, while we are there. But we don't have BirdBot yet. So I think it might be a good time to talk to our BirdBot steward. We have Helen, who is on the line with us right now. Hi, Helen. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. You rock.
Thank you, Helen. Good morning to you, too. Okay, so, yes, we just made the announcement of broadcasting from the Cambria Hotel at the parade. We are going to need BirdBot. We have not gotten BirdBot from you. Where are you? Are you guys back? When did you get back, if you are?
So we got back at 2:00 in the morning. BirdBot was the first person to come into my home. He is sitting here and he cannot wait to see you guys. He's so excited to tell you about his trip.
His journey now, and I looked at it a little bit closer, Helen, at a picture. BirdBot is like, there are countless signatures on BirdBot 2.0 all over him.
So, guys, my boyfriend bought me this Super Bowl ticket for our anniversary. He made a cart with a stand that I am donating to you guys to keep going on with your journey.
Thank you.
Well, it looked like people were signing the cart, too, right?
There's thousands of signatures on here. It's amazing. It's amazing.
We love it. We love it.
So we're going to have to arrange for a BirdBot pickup. I think Casey is interested in maybe doing that, right?
Well, especially if you're working today, because I would love to come and grab pizza.
Yeah, but I knew. Yeah, but he wants to pick up some of the pizza there.
Pizzeria Vetri.
Yes.
In Devon,
That's
right?
good stuff.
Pizzas for everybody.
Are you working today, Helen?
Yes, sir. I am working.
Okay.
Wow. Got in at 2 and then you're working. Wow. That's
make Casey a pizza.
Yeah. What time are you working?
Running on adrenaline.
Yeah. No. What time are you working? I'll drop by today.
I'm working at 11 o'clock. I'll be there probably 11 to 2.
All right.
And keep in mind, if you want to see BirdBot before we grab him, you can swing by Pizzeria Vetri and meet Helen, too, and BirdBot will be there.
Absolutely. I have markers. So, guys, do you want me to bring the cart and the board that you guys can take him? It will save your life.
Okay, yeah, bring everything.
Yeah, if you think, in case you have enough room to,
Well,
you should.
I mean, if the cart breaks down, then yes, I have room.
Oh, my gosh. Casey boy, I'm going to hook you up. I'm going to break it down. I'm going to show you what to do. And it was the most clever thing that Bill could have ever done.
All right, we love it. All right, excellent.
All right, Helen, we love you. Go get some rest, and we'll pick up BirdBot later on, all right?
Casey boy, I'll wait at work for you until you get there.
All right. Tell Wyatt to have a pizza ready for me.
All right, thank you, Helen. BirdBot is coming home to roost.
Yes, yeah.
And he will be perched upon that balcony at the Cambria Hotel for the parade on Friday. And we hope that, if you're going to be in attendance, you'll come by and wave and say hello. And we'd love to at least make eye contact with you. And
we don't know
everybody be
exactly
happy.
all the specifics of what's going to be happening and access or whatever. We know right now it seems like we won't be so high that we can't see you and call to you.
Right.
It's only second floor.
Only second floor. Yeah.
And Eric Simon, our promotions director, did say yesterday, Steve, that the hotel itself is not like open to the public or whatever. So you can, if you have a room there, obviously you can stay there. But Kathy mentioned this earlier. I was looking into hotel rooms yesterday in the city, and they're gone. There aren't any to find.
That's what I thought when we started looking yesterday. I'm like, I'll bet they're just gone.
They're all sold out.
We talked about look at what happened in New Orleans. Look at the ability and the desire of Eagles fans and fans of this team to travel. Obviously, is on display here, and you have people within your family who are coming in from all over the place to be a part of it. So yes, no doubt everything's sold out.
Yeah, no, I booked a room for Wednesday night on
So did I.
last week, and then I was watching the Super Bowl celebrations, and I heard them say on Fox 29 that the parade's going to be on Friday. I had until midnight on Sunday to cancel that reservation for Wednesday. I canceled it at 11:59 and then immediately rented a room for Thursday night.
So I did the same thing. On Sunday, I had a room for Wednesday night, but then I didn't hear until yesterday that it was going to be Friday. So when I went to change it, they were like, yeah, nothing's
I'm
left.
taking the Friday thing. A lot of people are going to have off Monday, right? For President's Day.
Yeah,
So it makes
just
sense.
even having the next day off is fantastic. I mean, the fact that you don't have to, we won't have to get up and do a show the next day.
Because years ago, listen, and we all agree, it was one of the greatest days of our collective lives to be a part of that event, to be down there with that sea of humanity and just having a great time. But we had to do a show the next day.
Yeah,
it was a mother effort.
And we were really, really high up, too, so I'm excited about being a little bit lower. I bought some beads yesterday.
Good.
So I'm going to toss some beads out to people.
And Vienna sausages.
Those are going right here in my belly.
All right. You never know. You never know what you might
get off my Vienna sausage.
Come on, man. So anyhow, make plans to come by, wave, say hello. We'd love to interact with you while we are at the Cambria Hotel, 219 South Broad Street. Broadcasting live on Friday.
And you saw I sent over the article about the I don't know if you're going to talk about it, but the school situation.
I know that they're planning on closing schools in the city, right, Kathy? Philadelphia School District?
Yeah, I don't think they've made the official announcement, but yeah, I think that's the plan, is that Philadelphia schools will be closed.
Yeah, there's an article in the Inquirer suggesting that that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
But they haven't made the official announcement yet. But yeah, more than likely, they're going to. They've done it in the past.
Yeah.
They did it last time.
I never had my school never closed for anything. If my school had blown up, it still wouldn't have closed.
No, we had, the only time I went to a victory parade outside of this city was the Cardinals won the World Series, and my parents came and picked me up at school. I didn't even know. I didn't know. I'm like, I got an announcement to come to the office, and they're like, we're going to the parade. I'm like,
That's
you're
amazing.
kidding me.
Wow.
That's how amazing.
It was incredible.
That memory of your parents yanking your ass out of school, which is, it's almost like they're being bad too.
Well, and as an adult, you got to go to the Blues Parade a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And that was on a Saturday, I think, right? Because it was Blood Drive Day.
Yep.
Yeah, it was on a day where I had to take off. So,
Okay.
Yeah, but we get to do it on a Friday morning.
Yes.
This Friday.
And the weather's looking good.
The weather's looking pretty good. It's going to be a little chilly, but it should be sunshine and nice. By the way, in tandem to this, we were talking yesterday, a lot of people were about Anne Hathaway being at the Super Bowl, being an Eagles fan. The Inquirer did an article Steve sent over to me about breaking that down and what the history was. And
yes.
We had a few texts coming in say, that she had ties with her family, but there's a little bit more about it. So she is kind of, according to the Inquirer, ancestrally a sort of Philly royalty. Her maternal grandfather, Joe McCauley, was one of Philadelphia's most celebrated radio personalities. That was from 1941 to 1968.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with him. I never heard the name. But
McCauley's nickname was the Morning Mayor, and he was a WIP AM jockey who had the likes of Frank Sinatra call into a show. And in 1999, McCauley was inducted into the Broadcast Pioneers Philadelphia's Hall of Fame. And I think that I'm actually looking at our plaque right now in that very same hall.
Well, then, are we family?
We're kind of related to Anne Hathaway, yes, since we're in the Hall of Fame together with the morning mayor, Joe McCauley. McCauley's daughter and Anne's mother, Kate, was an actor, and she was born in Philadelphia and grew up summering in Cape May. And Kate had said that to Cape May magazine in 2019, she said, one summer, someone told my mother, this is according to Anne, told my mother that Cape May Playhouse was looking for a little girl to be in their production of South Pacific. She said, when I heard this role, I rode my own bicycle down there, and I said, I hear you need a little girl for South Pacific. And every summer she'd go to the Playhouse and get roles, and it just never stopped. So she was a local actress.
Yes. Again, I've been a fan. I mean, she did a great job as Catwoman, but this skips her up many levels.
Kathy, you had Beach Plum Farm on one of your activities list at one point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently, Anne Hathaway still loves to vacation in Cape May, and one of the places that she stays when she goes there is this place called Beach Plum Farm, which is in Cape May Point. It's a really cool spot, and they have places on that property where you can stay. And apparently, Anne Hathaway loves staying there.
How about that?
Yeah.
Nice.
And yesterday we talked about Elizabeth Banks, by the way, and she was wearing an Eagles hat the other night. I had forgotten she went to Penn, so she has Philly connections too.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So not just Invincible, the movie that she was in, because somebody had texted in that might be her tie to the Eagles. But she went to Penn, huh?
Totally forgot about that.
Wow. Okay. So lots of good tie-ins. And then another thing that's interesting concerning all things Eagles, Saquon Barkley just upgraded his home. He went from living in a 6,900 square foot property in Montville, New Jersey, to a 10,000 plus square foot home in Malvern. He sold his 5-bedroom, 7-bathroom home in the Garden State in July for $3.1 million, and purchased his new 6-bedroom, 9-bathroom residence in the Keystone State under an LLC for $3.9 million.
It's gorgeous, by the way. The new place is amazing.
But only $3.9 million for that house on that amount of property?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And
right?
in that area, too.
Yeah.
It was built in 2017. The new house sits over 5 acres of land. For comparison, his old property was only 2 acres of land. And he has 2 kids and his fiance, Anna Congdon, that are going to reside there.
I think his fiance's a Penn State girl, too. I think they've been together for a while. And
Look at that.
Yeah, and his kids, I believe, are going to go to the same school that I went to when I was a kid, growing up in TE School District, Turdiff and Easttown, because I've heard that he likes hanging out at a few different spots where I used to go when I was a kid.
If you ever are over there for a stay, Nick, make sure you ask about the water filtration system they have and the 3 fireplaces and crown moldings throughout the home.
They listed the water filtration system.
They also have a first-floor in-law au pair suite and 2 laundry rooms. Yes, Kathy.
Imagine having filtered water.
And the master suite has automated Kohler bidet toilets, custom closets, and luxurious master bath adorned with marble tile.
You know what I dig? That huge, not a driveway, a drive circle.
I saw that. Yeah. You know what? And I saw a picture of him and his family, and it must have been extended family too. There were other people in the photo, but they all just look so young.
Yeah.
I mean, he's only 26 years old.
Yeah. Pegged as the heart of the home, the chef's kitchen features top-of-the-line appliances and oversized walk-in pantry. And the basement has been turned into an entertainment hub and features a custom home theater, an outfitted gym, and walkout access to the saltwater pool.
I'm glad that he's in Malvern. I love this, residing in the area. For the longest time, it seems that's... Now they're going against that grain, but it used to be work here, live somewhere else.
Yeah,
and now, at least to my thinking, a predominant amount of the athletes that you pay to see are in the area.
Mm-hmm. Outdoor amenities have been described as a resort-like oasis featuring the expansive pool, a hot tub, outdoor kitchens, and manicured lawns and gardens. And they got a pool table, too. So, he's doing all right.
As well he should.
Yeah.
In case you were concerned.
Yeah, I was a little worried.
Yeah.
He's doing okay.
How's he making ends meet these days?
I want to find out exactly where it is and drive past it.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Saquon.
Yeah. We used to do that all the time when we found out
Hey,
where
Quan, are you in there?
we found out where Darren Dalton lived. We would do drive-bys past his house all the time.
Casey, Mike Schmidt lived on Springton Lake, and I was like, and it was the first time Mike Schmidt signed a $2.1 million contract in the mid '80s, which was I think the largest sports contract in the country at the time.
Wow!
And so when he bought that house on the reservoir, I knew where it was, and I was like, this is the coolest thing ever.
Dude, I know it's not like that, like reminiscing going. But when I was just in Florida a few weeks ago, and drove by Ryan Howard's old home. Oh my God.
It's sprawling, yes.
God.
Insane.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. If there was this giant silver statue of a golfer in front of him, like, that's got to be a pro golfer that lives there. And then we looked up the address. No, it was Ryan
If you want to
Howard.
see something, check out the Austrian castle owned by Clint Howard. That is
Shut
amazing.
But Press, that house in particular, the Ryan Howard one, I remember driving past it as it was being, I don't know if it was being constructed or if it was just being renovated or whatever, but we drove past that many, many times. I just remember there being porta pots in the front.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've come a long way.
We're looking at a
they got
picture of
indoor
it, and they had a huge picture of his face installed on the front of it.
No. That's an insert.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Photo, Steve. That's not an actual like billboard of his face on the side of the house. Look at the pool. Look how it goes underneath the house.
It's amazing.
You see that?
Yeah. You
It's
can like
just-
swim under. Oh, that's amazing.
Like if you had to go to the bathroom, you could jump in the pool, swim to the bathroom.
Yeah.
It'd be amazing.
Man. Any other famous, Kathy, were there any famous people whose houses you used to drive by?
No, I wasn't creepy like you guys.
Oh, wow.
No,
Okay.
that's all you did.
I don't.
Come on.
Over the years, I've heard rumors of famous people that lived in my area in Harleysville, and no, it never happened. Like supposedly Tim McGraw and Faith Hill, and that his wife.
Right. Yeah, because he's got Philly ties.
Yeah, they there was rumors that they had a house out towards Spring Mountain, and we would drive by and go, well, maybe that's it. No.
My brother bought one of Terrence Howard's houses.
Okay.
That's the closest to it, but I didn't drive by until my brother bought it, and then I was like, oh, that's cool.
What, did it work as a realtor? Your brother?
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
okay.
he bought it for himself.
I got you.
Didn't Bert Convey's accountant live in your neighborhood?
Do you know who Bert Convey is? No. Okay. Do you know where Bradley Cooper lives, Kath?
Oh yeah, I know where his property is. I haven't driven by it. And apparently Taylor Swift as well is not far from
It's
him.
north of New Hope-ish.
It is. Yes, it's in. I forget the town. So a friend of mine. I don't know if I should. Never mind. I am not going to say that. I think it's.
Is
I
his
think it's-
lover?
No. They work in an industry there where they're high, and they didn't get the job for the Taylor Swift house, and they're pretty upset about it.
Okay.
Speaking of Taylor Swift, I used to drive by Jason Kelsey's house all the time. My son's friend lived around the corner, but now they all have licenses, so I have no reason to drive past his house.
I do want to know where. I would like to know where they are in Sea Isle. I might swing by.
String on by with that. How about in the cab where you can do the karaoke? Invite them on out.
Car
Star karaoke.
Yeah, I think if I knew where they lived at the shore, I might swing by. Matt Cord's niece and nephew, they figured it out.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they figured it out, and they went by, so I could probably ask them.
So if you're new to the show, Bradley Cooper, we play this game where he never contacts us
Yeah, I
and
know.
never tells us where he
it's
lives.
cute. So
It's
funny.
actually
It's
cute.
very funny. If you know Bradley, you know it's fun.
Tell him you know about the game.
yeah, yeah.
Lucia.
But,
he loves it. It's so
He
funny.
will crack up.
I thought,
Never communicates and never lets us know where he lives.
I thought that people in my neighborhood found out where I lived, and I felt like I had started to become a target. We got mischief nighted.
Oh, really?
This past year.
Yeah, see, and you're talking about driving past
Somebody's house and
Mischiefing.
vandalizing
Right.
are two
two
different
different
things. We just drove past.
What-
we didn't even yell out the car window out there in Dalton's house.
What was the mischief? What
The caution tape tied up against things, and
Was-
the only thing that really sucked is that they tied the caution tape from my mom's side view mirror to a basketball hoop, which, I mean, ultimately the tape probably would have just snapped in half, but just on the off chance that it would have knocked it over.
Dragged down
Yeah.
maybe.
So, did any other house get the treatment? Or
Not that I know of.
all
no.
right, and none of your son's friends?
Nah, I don't think
Okay.
so. I don't think so.
By the way, I forgot about this. Somebody texted in and says Bill Cosby used to live right by Preston for a while.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you ever drive by?
Every now and then.
Where was his
It's
actual
hard
house?
to miss.
Where was his actual house?
Elkins Park, I think is where it was.
Not
but-
the prison.
No, not at Greaterford.
Not a great approach.
But
Which
we
is-
did.
what does Greaterford refer to as now?
It is Phoenix SCI.
SCI.
Yeah, State Correctional
Sounds like a TV show.
Institution.
Yeah, right.
I know, doesn't it, Marissa?
Do you guys remember when M. Night Shyamalan lived next to Allen Iverson?
Oh,
During
yeah.
all
Yeah.
of that controversy.
Yeah.
So there were news crews planted outside of Allen Iverson's house. And then M. Night was right next door. When I was a Gladwin firefighter, they were all in the same neighborhood. So it was right there. Because we used to drive by that. And also Joe Biden's house in Rehoboth, you could ride your bike past it.
Huh.
But if he's not there, so we rode our bikes past, and then we kind of did a lap, and then by the second lap, Secret Service comes out and they're like, all right, move along.
Yeah, beat it.
You can tell he wasn't there because they weren't overly cautious, but after you waited too long, Steve, it was close to that.
No, they don't like the hanging, the loitering, and it's not something they approve of.
Speaking of the super famous, and I've never been to Graceland, and I know it's a little underwhelming because you expected this gigantic mansion, but it's not.
Yeah, I have. It's not lost on you, but it is a little underwhelming.
Yeah, it's a home that Elvis loved. I saw this story, which is really wild, about Elvis, and in his tragically short life, yet heroic. I'm trying to say.
It's hard, man. I can't even say it.
There were many things. He was many things to many people. And a new book argues that Elvis, whose looks, voice, and charisma changed so much more than music, was one thing further. He was the world's greatest occult magician.
That's right, man.
This is according to a book, according to Miguel Connor. He said he was
Who wants to see a demon, man? Look out.
He was a multifaceted seeker, and he became obsessed with the king after
Almighty Satan, can you whip me up one of those fried dinner sandwiches?
He became obsessed with the king after an ayahuasca ceremony. Is that how you say that?
Ayahuasca?
Ayahuasca.
I had heard rumors that he'd done that. Oh, wow.
So ayahuasca is the psychoactive drink. It's often used in cleansing rituals. And he said somebody who sought the larger questions of life, Elvis, he was a man of prophecy, of experience. And he said, my thesis is that he was the greatest magician in Western civilization.
Since my demon left me, I entered the bowels of hell. I can't get rid of this sulfur smell. It's in hell. And I want it in a sandwich, baby.
Isn't that what that Netflix show was based off of, the ayahuasca, the 9 strangers or 12 strangers?
Yeah,
Elvis?
7 perfect strangers. Not Elvis, just
Sorry, man.
microdosing and stuff like that.
Microdosing.
My baby left me.
I'm in the bowels of hell.
Well, it's down at the end of Lonely Street.
That's right, man. You guys all know Spawn.
So,
Rakadakazuka.
I'm sorry, man.
Rakadakazuka. Who wants to float on the river Styx, man? Go see them little demons.
So Connor makes this argument in the book called...
It's an incubus, man.
It's called The Occult Elvis, The Mystical and Magical Life of the King. And it's a book that gathers material from sources including Priscilla Presley.
Lay off of my cloven hooves.
Also, the clique of Presley's associates known as the Memphis Mafia and spiritual advisors such as his personal hairstylist and guru, Larry Geller.
There was a time, this might jibe chronologically, where cultism was a big thing.
Fashionable.
Fashionable. Mm-hmm. Sammy Davis Jr., Jane Mansfield. A lot of Hollywood was involved in that. Yeah.
Aleister Crowley was one of the people that started that type of thing. So there's a song from Ozzy called Mr. Crowley that's about that. So Presley...
Mr. Furley.
Mr. Furley.
Always wearing ascots.
Oh, my God.
I got you. Mr. Crowley.
Yeah. You got to have that, please. Yeah, thank you.
It's a new landlord in town.
So Connor makes the argument in the book, and Elvis's spiritual life has been examined elsewhere in books such as David Rosen's The Tao of Elvis and Elvis Between the Lines. Oh, I wanted you to keep that going.
Okay.
It'll happen, man.
Elvis Between the Lines, his quest for higher consciousness as told through his notes. Gary Tillery said Elvis read over 1,000 books about different facets of New Age spirituality. He was very serious about it. He wanted to leave music at one point and start his own commune and bring young people into this new age of spirituality through Kriya Yoga.
So he was experimenting with all that. He had been religious.
Here's a little bit of background on that.
Yeah.
So his parents were Pentecostal. They met through Pentecostalism, which with its emphasis on direct communication with God via faith healing and rhythmic dancing influenced musicians from Presley to Little Richard to B.B. King, Jerry Lee Lewis, and others.
Mr. Crowley.
So he said,
making things difficult for Jack.
He said rock music was never just a form of entertainment. It was a sort of shamanistic spirituality. He said these guys were all Pentecostals and they were hated in the 1950s. Other Christians were saying you're mixing sex and Jesus a little too closely.
So if you watch the Austin Butler Elvis movie, they do a depiction. It's obviously highly exaggerated, but his first taste of that kind of fervent religious observance.
Right.
They depict a scene of him literally like being possessed as a little boy, like standing in
shaking
the room,
around,
shaking,
speaking in tongues, things like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't until almost a decade after Elvis began his career that an appointment with a celebrity hairdresser, this guy Geller, Larry Geller, who I mentioned, caused his spiritual life to rocket off. He said after a styling session, the two supposedly struck up a lengthy conversation about philosophy and matters of the spirit, prompting Elvis to study Eastern and Western esoterica.
From a hairstylist?
From numerology to meditation, yeah. Geller said the singer spoke to him about telepathic visions he had with aliens.
That's great, man. Just cut my hair.
This is when he was 8. No, this is Elvis saying this.
Oh, okay.
Elvis had telepathic visions that he had with aliens when he was 8, including one featuring a future Elvis in a white jumpsuit.
Okay.
And so
I'm a cyborg, Elvis, man. I have a sense of the future to kill your mama.
he eventually,
But if you kill my mama, you're killing me. I done made the rules, boy.
but he eventually went on to have that white jumpsuit. So he saw
Come with me if you want an end sandwich.
he saw it. He saw it in a vision.
Yeah. And this happens a lot. And we talked about like the heir to the Seagrams fortune who became part of the Nexium cult. When you have that amount of wealth and you have that amount of people around you whose only job is to say yes, you can sometimes meander off into things.
Sometimes you're searching for something.
You're searching for something,
You already have all of this that life has given you, and it's yours for the
What's
taking.
the meaning?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you may be searching for something more, and
Where is
therefore,
Waldo?
Therefore, reaching out, and all of a sudden, Larry the hairstylist. Whack-a-dack-a-doodle.
Whack-a-dack-a-doodle. There you go, man. I'm putting you on the river Styx. You're going to see the dark side, man. Prepare to meet the ascotted one, Mr. Furley. That's right, man. Look at that. Meet you down at the Regal Beaver.
Elvis would take hundreds of books on tour, cloistering himself away.
I had a couple of cloisters for dinner.
Those are oysters.
It's half a million cloisters.
Man, 500,000 cloisters cried out.
So he would cloister himself away to
Don't clam up on me, cloister.
to annotate works such as Khalil Gibran's.
Khalil Gibran.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's his story?
Correct me if I'm wrong, he's a Celtic philosopher?
It says Sufism-tinged collectible.
The hell is that?
Of fables.
I got that from a dirty woman once.
What's
his last name?
It's an unclean woman.
Sufism.
No, it's sulfism.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's spelled Gibran.
The Prophet Gilbran is what I know him as.
There's an L in there? It says Gibran.
I don't know, man.
Khalil Gibran.
We having any luck with that, Nick?
Nick's looking it up. He came up with a guy named Abe Gibran, who was a football player.
That's right, man, and a philosopher.
Maybe it is Gilbran, Nick. Maybe they misspelled it in this.
It also led me to Jabroni, which is an interesting diversion.
The Prophet Jabroni?
Yeah. Word.
Okay, it's up on the Lebanese American writer, poet, and visual artist.
Khalil Gibran. Yeah.
Okay, all right. That's a different one.
All right.
Okay.
Lebanese American writer, poet, and visual artist. So that's a different guy.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
At least I believe.
So
But what the hell do I know, man?
The singer pondered metaphysical, existential questions and carefully read the works of mystics. And according to Tillery, the author, he said he considered himself a faith healer. And he recalls being amazed when he learned to the extent of Elvis's spiritual life. The writer heard one story about a friend of Elvis who had been in a motorcycle accident and was now in the hospital dealing with excruciating pain. Elvis visited him and spent 30 minutes waving his hands over the guy's back.
Zibaba-kaboo-boo. Cluster. The hell are you saying? All right, now, dim the lights. The hallowed one, the Furley, will be arriving. There he is!
He's
Rock-a-dack-a-doodle.
He spent 30 minutes waving his hands over the guy's back.
I'm tired.
And he said it was amazing.
Arms are super fat now.
He said the pain was almost all gone. He hadn't had any relief for 2 weeks.
Almost don't count, man.
Elvis was not public about his spiritual inclinations, but nor did he hide them. He was ahead of the hippies, said Connor, and traveled to an ashram or spiritual retreat in Mount Washington, New Hampshire, to hasten his spiritual evolution.
Look at this, man. I can see my house.
He practiced martial arts, in particular karate, becoming
Rock-a-dack-a-doodle. Some of my favorite footage it's in This Is Elvis is him. He really was. He practiced, but in his larger days, he was Seagal-esque.
Yeah. Yeah, when you see him training, they're clearly letting him hit them, and throw him.
I think there were only two kinds of people that knew karate.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Chinese and the king.
And I'm one of them.
Yeah, one of them was me. So he became a black belt and an instructor. Not only did he meditate, Connor said, but he would read Tibetan Buddhist incantations.
I don't understand any of this, man.
On stage. He wore an ankh, the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic symbol for life. Later, when he became interested in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, long before Madonna, he wore a chai pendant. I think
How was Kabbalah before Madonna?
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it or not. It might be a chai pendant.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
sure. Along with his cross, once joking that, quote, he didn't want to be left out of heaven on a technicality.
This is it's interesting. I'd heard sort of ruminations about this and flirting with this stuff. I didn't know that he was that much into it.
That's according to this author, and it's quite possible. But he said he's talked to Scylla and some of the others of the Memphis Mafia that said, yeah, Elvis was way into that and would say lackadackadoo, all that stuff. All right. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I could see that. And there was that time. Jane Mansfield, I don't know if anyone remembers who Jane Mansfield was, but Jane Mansfield much into this attending satanic rituals. In Hollywood, it was a big thing. It was a passing fad, you know. But she was quite associated with the Satanic Church.
So the book is called The Occult Elvis, The Mystical and Magical Life of the King, if you are fascinated by stuff like that.
In parentheses, Rackadackaloozle.
Rackadackadoozle is the
That's right.
underscore name.
Like this, Preston.
Yeah. So anyhow, thought you'd find that interesting. We need to take a break, but before we break, I want to reiterate the information that we announced earlier this morning. We, the Preston and Steve Show, will be broadcasting live from the parade, the Super Bowl parade on Friday in celebration of the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. We are going to be at the Cambria Hotel, which is 219 South Broad Street, between Locust and Walnut, right on Broad Street, right on the parade route. We're going to be one floor up. We're going to be like on the second story, so we'll be able to have a great shot and be able to convey everything that we see and hear while it's going on.
Don't think you can have a
during the
better
parade
vantage
and before the parade. So there's a lot going on before the parade too.
Yeah, we're going to be in advance for a little. It was like it was last time. Remember last time what they did is they played back the audio and video of the Super Bowl victory. So
they'll do it
maybe
again.
they'll do it again. Yeah.
Yep. All right. So just heads up on that. Yes, Case?
I watched it yesterday. The Super Bowl. I watched it again yesterday. I will watch that on a loop, I think, for the rest of the year.
Nice. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. We got some bizarre file stories to share with you. And then later on this morning, Ashley, if you are going to the parade, we are going to get parade safety tips.
Yes.
This morning from the Chief of Police in Lower Merion Township a little later. So we'll get to that and more. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 W.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was walking, I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
This kid walking along, that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anybody, I mean, just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, no, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I can see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just.
You keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be, prithee, good ma'am, wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. I'm looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just. We just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal preference.
I don't think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what do you want your server?
It.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
Lady.
Oh, my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And I was with Elisa. We're both 40. And she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, we stand there, and he goes, "Hi." And so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
Clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now.
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart. Then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
Like and vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Cable cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Yeah, poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. She said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm on the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the jumbo box too.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. was thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to comment?
I'm in the Church of Satan, too.
Maryland Man. And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker. He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping up.
I'm also a Nazi.
This week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, It's glowing to my heart. And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know, it's so
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like
full on
Let me see.
full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
It glows to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of...
It's kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't.
Be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make
necklace?
it different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twiggy wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
No,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or
tiny
something?
flashlight.
wait.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try that.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like
Let me see.
like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist.
Little
Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little shop of it glows to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. So they don't see that outside the bubble.
right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or
Yeah,
some sort of
fantasy, sci-fi thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Tegan, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajik wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really just like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
But Preston,
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The
implant.
Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met.
Ever.
No
Well,
question.
very kind.
And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the newlywed game.
A la the new, it's the same thing, actually. Yeah. In fact, this is the newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal, sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
Cooking. Two different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have two golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have three golfs.
Wow.
Preston What is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go. I'm going to say agree with Steve. I'd give up cooking. Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your
drums.
putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here. Grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
And they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
Daisy is.
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be a total.
after the whole
It's gonna be a
game.
total.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Before we do the Bizarre File, real quick, a couple of shout-outs. I've fallen behind on these. This was from Mike Simon. He said, Gadzooks, Presbo, my birthday is Super Bowl Sunday. I'm turning the big 5-0.
Nice.
And I would love a special birthday shout-out and any inclusion of well wishes from James Mason. Love you guys. Keep up the great work. So Mike Simon had his birthday on Sunday.
Happy birthday.
Your dream has come true, Mike. All right, and then I got this one. It says, hey, my name. First of all, it says, hey, squad. My name is Jackie Bednars, or Bednars. And I'm a longtime listener to the President Steve Show. Listening to the show is a generational thing in our family.
Wow.
Starting with my parents, who have been listening to MMR for decades, followed by myself and my two siblings. And now my 12-year-old daughter and I listen every morning on our commute to school. And I wanted to send a shout out to my dad, Rob, who is celebrating his 70th birthday on Monday, February 10th. He's the best dad around, deserves everything wonderful coming his way. Happy birthday, Dad, and remember, you rock. So that's from Jackie. She's a surgery coordinator.
Oh, wow.
Says here, by the way. Yeah.
Very impressive.
Doesn't say where, but thank you. And then one last thing. This is just kind of a fun email that I thought was kind of fun to pass along. And they do want to shout out. This is, he said, he had texted in or emailed in and said that he was asking for listeners, or we were asking for listeners not from Philly and how they found the show. And he said, well, it was 2009 for him personally. Growing up, I grew up listening to the legendary WBCN and WAFF in Boston. And unfortunately, as the business goes, it was sold and the format was changed to sports talk. This is WBCN. Changed to sports talk and Christian rock, respectively. He said, imagine you, Steve, and Kathy having to do a 4-hour morning show breaking down the birds while the Flyers, why the Flyers traded Farabee and Frost and why the Sixers suck with no help from Casey and Nick. Okay. That's basically what happened and is still happening in Boston. Awful radio, he said. So, of course, I needed my rock fix somehow. And driving down to Florida, I discovered MMR, I listened as long as the signal came in. Once I got home, started streaming, and have been hooked on you guys, Pierre, Brent, Bam Bam, and everyone else. So I wanted to send an explosive shout to everyone at the station for rocking on and keeping me entertained throughout the day. So this is from Jeremy Goldberg. Yeah, that was cool of him finding it. Just happened to be driving through the area.
Love that.
Picked it up and is now a forever fan. So thank you, Jeremy.
It means a lot.
Very much appreciate that, sir. All right, I have some Bizarre File stories. So let's get
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. You can go to the perfect gift Valentine's Day made easy at South Jersey's Diamond Destination. Family and Company Jewelers. Shop online at familyjewelers.com. Now, this is not really a Bizarre File story, but Kathy gave me this, and I wanted to make sure that it got a good spotlight, so I'm going to throw this in. A hand-delivered invitation to a special neighborhood party in Bucks County has gone viral. Doug, an 85-year-old Bucks County man, has become a social media celebrity with his sweet gesture and invitation caught last month on his neighbor's front door Ring camera and shared online. He's captured the hearts and many with his handwritten invitation to a celebration of winter party that he's throwing this month for his neighbors. In the 41-second recording, a bundled-up Doug is seen climbing into the stairs onto the neighbor's front porch and patiently waits after ringing the bell. With his cane in one hand and a pocket full of invitations, Doug pulls out one folded white piece of paper from his coat for his neighbor, Michelle Hernandez, as she opens the door. He says, "Hi, I'm Doug across the street here." With a big smile, he says, "I live in that house over there. This is an invitation to a party I'm having February 15th, and I didn't want to leave it in the mailbox." So his neighbor, Michelle, who has a following on TikTok and Instagram, posted these on her account. And in the follow-up video, Hernandez explained that her new friend Doug went door-to-door delivering handmade party invitations to all the neighbors. According to the invitation, the party starts at 4 p.m. and will last, quote, until the cops arrive.
Oh, my God.
He's providing the food and drink. Guests need only bring a smile, Doug writes, and then he signed it, Love Doug.
That's awesome.
So the videos went viral. Thousands of comments from would-be party crashers offering to bring food, beverages, decorations, even police officers. Lachel's Bakery, is that it? In Hatboro.
Oh, okay.
They posted that they will be willing to donate a special cake, and others offered to donate to Party Fund.
Wow, this might require a change of venue.
Well, so the venue, the location is hidden.
Okay.
She has not revealed where it is. Hernandez also recorded herself visiting Doug at his house to tell him that she and her husband would be there. He said, wonderful, and he said hi to the camera. He's loving the attention from the internet and asked when he should call Hollywood anytime soon.
So I got a message. So Doug lives in Bucks County, and I got a message from a couple of my cousins from New York, and they were like, "You need to go to Doug's party. How do you get an invite?"
So
how do you? Yeah,
they have not. It's just for the neighbors.
Just for the neighbors.
They are not. They are not disclosing where it is because it's just a party for neighbors.
It's wonderful.
I thought that was really, really super sweet. All right, during a live performance at China's Primitive Forest Park, 22-year-old Russian mermaid performer Maria Zelenina, she is a mermaid, one of these people that swims in the tank.
Like fish.
She had an experience that she won't be trying to have again. During her show, a giant sturgeon engulfed her head with its mouth.
Did you guys see the footage?
Yes.
You know what?
Wild.
Okay, Kath, you sent me
sent it
that.
to you, yeah.
I thought it was a shark.
No.
I thought it was a shark to it. That's why I sent it to you.
Sturgeons
Okay.
can get huge.
Yeah, and then somebody told me that it was that.
Despite the giant fish eating her head, she managed to free herself and surface, though she sustained bruises to her face, head, and neck. The aquarium's management allegedly offered her just $100 in compensation and urged her to keep the incident quiet.
Shut up.
$100.
Yeah.
However, it turns out that it didn't matter. Footage captured by a spectator quickly went viral, drawing widespread attention and criticism. Zelenina said that she received immediate medical attention and would return to work once fully recovered. And, it's because she had her head swallowed by a giant fish.
And listen, I don't even care that it's not a shark. Like, if that happened, I would have.
Oh, my God, yes.
Freaked the hell out.
Terrifying.
She had an injury. Yeah.
All right, so officials at Stellantis Kokomo engine plant in Indiana are dealing with an unexpected and deeply unpleasant workplace crisis as someone has been smearing feces on bathroom walls and leaving piles of it on the
It was
floor.
due to feces thrown all over the walls.
Well, then I don't want to take it down to Kokomo.
The facility produces engines for the Jeep Wrangler, Compass, and Grand Cherokee. In a letter addressed to all employees at the plant earlier this week,
Dear employees, sorry about the doo-doo feces.
that leaked on social media. The manager of Stellantis Wellbeing, Healthy, and Safety Division, R. Tyler Adams, described the ghastly scene that cleanup crews are having to deal with. Not only has feces been spread across walls and left on the floor.
But doo-doo.
Yeah, but doo-doo too. But it's also been spread on disability handlebars, doors, latches, and sink handles.
That's wrong.
Adams says cleaning crews are facing potentially dangerous biohazards that are completely avoidable, and that as of February 3rd, they've been instructed to no longer clean up any of the poop or doo-doo or feces that they find spread throughout the bathrooms. Instead, each bathroom found in this grotesque state will be immediately locked and taken out of service until further notice.
Yeah, man, that's disgusting.
They said if needed, alternate methods may be used to help pinpoint the culprit. There's no word on what these alternate methods could be, but employees with any information about the serial bathroom vandal are urged to report it anonymously.
I wonder if they could CSI that and get some genetic material out of the doo-doo feces.
That's a good question. Don't know. All right, and then we will do one more story, and then we will wrap it up. House administrators at the Harvard University Police Department responded this week to reports of a man who repeatedly has entered a student dormitory building unclothed from the waist down.
Hi.
He's Porky Pig in it.
Yeah.
The man reportedly walked through Comstock Hall multiple times over the past month while unclothed. Students have witnessed
This is Dr. Kenneth Noisewater.
the individual entering bathrooms and wandering between floors. Pforzheimer house tutor Jill Jones encountered and spoke to the partially unclothed individual on the third floor of the building over the weekend. The individual
my eyes are up here.
Did not appear to be a resident. An officer responded for reports of an individual who had previously exposed themselves at Comstock on Saturday morning. An email to all residents added that several students independently reported seeing the man.
That's all, folks.
In response to the incident, they urged residents to use common sense safety practices, including keeping doors closed and locked. And
They should have done that.
That is what I have.
That's all, folks.
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, let us take a quick break. Come back in just a moment or two. Tattoos Day taking place. Don't forget about that. And also don't forget about our Cardboard Classic coming up on the 28th of this month, just a couple of weeks away. And we will be on the hills of Montage Mountain. Details, WMMR.com. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Question 2. While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English.
Okay.
Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, and we were out in London. Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing or whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves. Yes,
you have.
We've spent a lot of time
D-pics,
hot tubs together, and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mixer or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
That's right. I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. That's shocking to me. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we, Preston and myself. Mm-hmm. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves,
Yes.
which is also what I did.
You did.
I thought it was me.
Wow.
Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think
like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
You don't have that much time, so...
the guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And what are you saying? We have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact. Right. And this person that I would feel I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you, but having to choose, having to pick one. There's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Oh. Wow.
So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow. The truth comes out.
I am
If we're going to be totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this
Marissa.
very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
How could you? How could
And
you?
waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston. You guys know Preston.
Your lack of decorum has won you the point. So
That's
there you
right.
go.
There you
Yes.
go. Nice job.
That's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right. A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man. All right. 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
That was easy.
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases. We're in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last. You gotta go,
Steve.
He's
last.
Yes. He goes last. So
that's right.
Yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room, so I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay, Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people out.
You're right. Oh, my.
But because this is a hypothetical, I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think like right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show or the Kathy and Steve or Nick and Steve and Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robin Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Wow.
Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answer.
Yeah. All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without? Oh. 15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice.
Okay.
Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick?
Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy?
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So Steve, the answer is...
James Bond.
there you go. Yes. What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life, but Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa. Okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But my favorite, Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has two good Bonds, would be three, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and Spy Who Loved Me. And Timothy Dalton. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey. Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying bubble scubosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this.
I never said multiple sclerosis.
That's it. It's a saying. It's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds. What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for freaking 5 here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even in writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scabosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep, love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch
Really?
dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing.
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes,
there was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes, when was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing! I didn't invent it! It is something that I tried, like, within the last year! All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing! Drop!
Thanks, Kath. So we are planning on doing a live broadcast from the parade on Friday. We will be at the Cambria Hotel in Philadelphia. It's our official broadcast partner. They're setting us up with an area, and it's going to be great. We're going to have a great view of the parade to bring it to you on the radio if you want to hear what our opinions are and having some fun and describing what is happening. Hopefully, we'll be streaming video as well from the event. We're engineering-wise putting all this stuff together right now. But it's at 219 South Broad Street. So if you're planning on, camping out somewhere in the morning out in front and getting ready, we recommend you get out there because that's where we will be.
I don't think you got to have a better spot.
Yeah. So it's we're only going to be like one level up from the street, which is going to give us a perfect vantage point to, describe what we're experiencing.
I like that we're along the route. I mean, last time was fun where everything ended, but I like that we're kind of along the route. We're going to see like a different part of this whole celebration.
Well, we're more likely to encounter stuff at least during the show, depending on what time they get underway. We had the crowd and we have everybody gathered last time. It was phenomenal. But we were ahead. We were right towards the end, so they hadn't reached that part of the parade route at that point.
Yeah. So there's a press conference today at 11 o'clock. They're going to reveal the details when it's going to start, when it'll land, and all that stuff.
Surprised they didn't ask us, because they asked us for the Thanksgiving, Preston, that we weren't asked to be a part of this as well.
That's right.
Just seems logical.
Yeah, that they would ask us.
We were such a hit.
Yeah, it was actually, I called my sister yesterday, and she's like, "Are you going to be on a float?" I'm like, "Oh, no.
It's a different type of parade.
Different kind of parade.
I did just kind of like, when you're talking about it, just have this little fantasy of us being on the balcony and then me locking eyes with one of the players and then having beads in my hand, and then I'm like, I'm going to throw it to him, and then I complete a pass of beads.
Yeah.
With Cooper DeJean or Saquon Barkley or something
you're
like that.
the man.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
Come
we
on.
need you.
You're
Get
the
up
player.
here.
You've always been a player.
Yeah.
Casey, you had any correspondence with Brandon Graham over the last few months?
I literally just texted with him and yesterday, and he just got back to me today.
Oh,
So,
nice.
Yeah.
He's such a nice guy.
He's such a nice guy. I sent him a picture. I mean, he was at the he did the Bend to the Shore bike tour last year.
That's right.
And so one of my teammates gave him their cycling jersey. It was a Kelly Green cycling jersey. But not only that, but before the ride began, he saw our whole team decked out in Eagles gear. And he came over and took a picture with us and did an Eagles chant with us and everything like
That's
that.
great.
He is, I mean, honestly, I'm so glad that he started and hopefully ended, his career as a Philadelphia Eagle. He's just such a great ambassador for the city.
Hey, who did we see at the Who's Luau, Casey?
That was Avonte Maddox. And honestly, when Cooper DeJean came in, he didn't have a spot on the defense, and then they put him in the game at some point in the third or fourth quarter, and we were like, I was with my brothers, I'm like, what's going on here? Like, is Cooper hurt or whatever? They put Avonte in, and he had a big-time pass deflection in that particular series of plays. But, it was Avonte Maddox.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
We were at the Who's Luau, and Casey was like, "Oh my God, look over there!" I didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
And did you go over and talk to him?
I did, but I tried not to be creepy about it.
His girlfriend's friend was one of the
dancers.
Was one of the dancers, yeah. So that's why I went over. I was like, why are you here? What is that Philadelphia Eagle doing? Big fan.
Yeah, he wanted to get a shard out.
Yeah.
That's why he stopped by. All right. All right, anyhow, so we're going to be at the parade. We'll be broadcasting live. We're going to be at the Cambria Hotel on Broad Street. So we thank those guys for giving us a spot to do our thing. And Pierre's going to broadcast as well.
Yes.
So when we're done, we'll roll right into the Pierre Robert experience.
Pierre's going to have a setup like they have on Fox where he's going to run some of the plays during his broadcast to show you the plays that won the Super Bowl case. Yeah. It's going to be amazing.
He's incredible. All right, we are going to dive into Survey Says this morning.
I didn't know you were doing that.
Yeah, I said it earlier, so
I wasn't here.
That's okay. We will do this Survey Says right about now, and this is where we find different surveys from throughout the land and world to bring to you. And as we've said many times, these are very dumb survey topics. And I'll begin with this one. According to a poll of over 1,000 adult Americans, more than half have actually cried over pizza.
Is that actually physically or cried because of something that
cried, wept, had shed tears.
Right. I'm saying, okay.
Like in
Physically
excitement?
standing over it or crying
because of pizza.
Okay.
Because of pizza instead of over pizza. Not standing over a pie.
Give me a pizza.
And crying onto it.
Well, what would be the reasoning for
55% of people have shed a tear over pizza at least once in their life. What could motivate someone to weep about pizza? Well, a multitude of things, it turns out. One common reason, someone eating the last slice of pizza led them to cry.
Kids would do that.
Kids.
Kids, absolutely. I could see that.
At some point in your life, have you cried over it?
I remember to that point, just to jump in with a lovely memory of my mother as a kid crying because the pizza was all gone. And miraculously, a slice ended up on my plate, and it was my mother's piece. And she hadn't had hers. And so I put two and two together later on. But
my sister and I got in a physical fight over pizza one time, like a bad one.
Yeah.
Like stuff got broken in the house.
Wow.
I made it was a frozen pizza. It was in the freezer.
Yeah.
I made it. I ate the whole thing. And apparently she wanted either the pizza. I don't remember exactly if it was because she bought the pizza or whatever, or the fact that I ate the whole thing and didn't leave any of it. But yeah.
Okay, I would like to investigate this battle a little more. You'd made the pizza. Did she verbally make any stake or claim on pieces of it?
I don't remember well
She was
enough.
the older sibling. She ruled the house,
Yeah.
would be my guess. And you ate the pizza she wanted. That's all.
So she's Paul Sorvino in Goodfellas. You got to give him his piece. You got to give her
I would have done something
her
like that.
tribute.
Yeah. So it was like we were throwing stuff at each other. There was a friend that got in between us. So it was a full-on physical fight.
Well, you
but
learned.
I don't remember crying over pizza.
Pizza party.
Another 13% admit to crying over a pizza delivery order coming in wrong, while 12% cried about their favorite pizza place closing down. So there's
Kathy, you just added.
I didn't cry, but I was distraught. We're still pretty distraught over it, although we've tasted a few different places.
Your favorite pizza place in Conshohocken closed, right?
Yeah.
And but you have a makeup place that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple but it's still, and listen, they're great, but it's just still not our
the
pizza
same.
place. Yeah.
So nearly everyone surveyed, 97% of respondents say that they would go to extremes to get pizza, and many already have. So it includes 13% who ignored work so that they could order pizza, 12% pretended to be someone else to get a slice, and 7% of those surveyed confessed that they have faked an emergency to get their hands on pizza.
Once everything is in place and you have placed the order and you're anticipating pizza, I can see it getting pretty emotional.
Yeah,
because now your mouth is watering. You are waiting for it.
Just talking about it, I can smell it right now.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Not cry, but if they mess it up, it will ruin my day.
It's very disappointing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So some fans have gone even more hardcore when it comes to making sure that they don't miss out on a slice. Like the 9% who ate pizza that they had to rescue from their dog.
Yeah.
So if you have your plate sitting out, and your dog gets up there and starts noshing on it, I think it probably have taken like a knife and cut away the part that they were eating and then eat the rest of that.
I mean, you have to perform quick surgery. It's like triage.
And 9% who admit to eating pizza directly out of the trash can.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If it got thrown in there real quick, didn't touch anything.
Oh,
absolutely.
Right back
And I remember times when I was perhaps very weak, and I'm like, I've eaten far too much pizza. I'm going to throw this away because I don't even want to have it in the house. Throw it away. About an hour later, watching TV, I go back to the garbage.
This phrase has been uttered so many times in my house. Your dad is eating out of the trash can. If my dad opens the trash can and there is something in there, it doesn't matter what it is. He will take it out. He will eat it.
Do you ever throw it away in such a way that I've done this. I will throw it away in such a way that leaves the option
to rescue it.
I have so much respect for your father, Kathy.
Yeah, because
Nick, way to go.
And he doesn't even try to hide it. He doesn't care.
It's really a secondary fridge at that point.
So I will sometimes do the opposite, Steve. When I know that I shouldn't eat more, I will throw it in the trash can. And I'll make sure I shove it into something gross and disgusting.
That's decisive.
And that
you're
way
committed.
I will not be tempted.
Foot on the garbage, pushing it down.
Yeah, to dumpster.
But when you just simply, sort of lob the box into the garbage, you're thinking about it.
I actually have another pizza survey, and this is it was a different survey of 5,000 U.S. adults, and it's preferences and passion that people have for pizza. So the average American eats 288 slices of pizza a year, which comes out to be more than 95 billion slices eaten by people across the country in a year. 32% predict that they'll eat even more pizza than they did in 2024. And a question they asked is, do you dip your slices into anything?
No.
Casey,
I don't know what you're talking about.
The majority of people, 58%, dip their pizza into ranch dressing.
Who would do
I know.
such a thing?
I don't think I've ever
let me
done
double
that.
back. 58% dip, and of those, 38% dip into ranch, but that is the most.
What are the other dipping sauces?
Garlic sauce.
Garlic sauce.
27%. I know that Papa John's had a garlic sauce.
Okay.
Marinara.
Marinara.
Too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Blue cheese dressing. Yes. 8%. And buffalo sauce at 8%.
Okay.
Pizza. Buffalo chicken.
In college, and I don't know if this is a thing or was just our thing or we had nothing else to eat. I don't know. But we would dip our pizza in mustard.
Wow. I've never tried that.
Yellow or?
Yellow. Yellow
Was that a
mustard case.
sorority, lesbian experimental thing?
I think it was.
Okay.
Steve, yes.
I'd try that.
I don't know why, and it became a thing. Like we all did it.
Wow.
I'm not repulsed by that notion. I could explore that.
Well, if you do a pepperoni pizza, I do suggest a hot honey. Drizzle that. I don't necessarily think you need to be
That sounds good.
dipping or anything like that, but it is good.
Sounds really good.
I heard it here first.
As for the debate on the best way to eat a slice of pizza, nearly half said the correct way is tip first, not folded. Okay, so tip first, not folded.
Not folded.
And eating, do you always fold your
No,
pizza?
you know what? I if it's flimsy, floppy, or whatever, you kind of have
Just to hold
fold
its
it. Yeah.
integrity.
You create sort of a quasi funnel so that it folds up. But I mean, I know people that do full fold.
Wait, okay.
Crease.
So, I knew someone who did the point of the pizza, the tip of the pizza to the crust. They folded it that way.
Yeah, I've
really?
seen
Fold
that.
it up that way.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I remember sitting eating with her, and I was like, "What are you doing?"
The perfect blend is the pizza dough to pizza cheese and marinara ratio. When you combine that out of the gate with the entirety of the crust, the outer crust, you're throwing off the ratio.
Throwing it off.
Okay. So apparently eating pizza with a fork is a food crime, according to 44% of the respondents.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
I don't either.
If it's absolutely unmanageable because it's
Flimsy.
too loose or flimsy, I'm fine with it.
Or if it's big and thick.
Yeah.
I
Big
told
and
you,
thick.
my roommate in college, she does not touch any of her food. So no matter what it is, she eats with a fork and a knife.
No kidding.
Yeah, she won't touch her food.
Like a sandwich.
Nothing. She will cut it and cut
Okay.
it into pieces and eat it.
Does she have ugly, sloppy hands?
No, she does.
Big like gorilla mitts?
No, you know who she is remember, I forget the other name, but Pooey and something were the names of the pillows that she had for like 35 years.
Yeah.
So she'll keep the disgusting pillows. She
She's
just
an
won't touch her food.
Interesting character. Yeah. So, by the way, Friday is the most popular day to have pizza. 43% responds. 23% they prefer it on Saturday, and 11% said Wednesday is their pizza day.
Interesting. And we go back to we said it before on the show, it was kind of a revelation to realize that pizza as a junk food or like a go-to meal, Pizza Hut is responsible for the shift in sensibilities for us to treat pizza like that.
Mm-hmm. So, according to this survey, the most popular is thin crust at 29%, stuffed crust coming in second at 24%, and then hand-tossed crust at 23%. And for styles, New York is the favorite at 29%, while 22% Chicago deep dish, 8% like Sicilian style, and 4% say Detroit style is the best. Bingo. I love that Detroit style.
I'm enjoying
pizza.
Detroit. I was obviously being raised in New York. New York pizza is and by the way, there are a number of places down here that have phenomenal pizza. But yeah, I tend to like that. But I like them all. Every one of them has attributes that I'm sometimes in the mood for.
There's a place in Wayne, Preston, that you got to try if you like Detroit style pizza. It's called Goat's Beard, and it's right on North Wayne Avenue. They have fantastic. It's thick. It's really good. I am, and I want to get the temperature of the room. I've never ever been a fan of stuffed crust pizza. It never did anything for me.
I agree.
It's like not the same cheese or something.
No, like it's rubbery, or I don't know.
Isn't it overkill?
And I think it's overkill. And I get enough cheese on the slice that I don't need it also in the crust.
Or Nick, just sell the crust itself stuffed without the pizza.
I think one of the chains does that, Steve, like as a gimmick or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, I just, I'm fine with just pizza.
Pizza Hut actually has a really good stuffed crust pizza.
Yeah.
You like it.
What are we, animals?
I'm not opposed to it. But I went to that Pizza Hut in Rio Grande Press, and
what's your name, partner?
I got a stuffed crust pizza from there, and I was like, okay, this is not bad.
All right.
Yeah, you got a little dipping sauce
Yeah,
there.
it's just overkill for me. Casey, what are you going to get at Pizzeria Vetri later today? Because you're going to go get Bird Bot.
Yeah, the last time I got a pepperoni pizza with a little hot honey drizzled, I think I'm just going to go straight up cheese pizza.
Do you know what it'd be like for me?
Yeah. Bird Bot's at Pizzeria Vetri as we speak.
Be like having an ice cream cone with the cone itself stuffed with ice cream. It's like
Yeah.
overly redundant.
Okay. All
Chris,
right.
did you see when I mentioned the Detroit style pizza at Bar Sarah in Conshohocken? The owners and the chef responded, and they posted the audio from us talking about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if you ever go in, you got to.
And I will.
Yeah.
Couple weeks. I got to get my goal weight, and then I'll be diving into some.
There's a few people in town. Yeah, no,
some
absolutely.
Detroit style pizza. I want to go to real quick before we wrap up with the pizza chat. I do have another survey to get to, but Anthony is having an issue right now. Anthony, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, I'm sitting here with my work partner, Jordan, who's annoying me right now because he likes to dip his pizza in ranch.
Okay.
And we were having an argument while you guys were sitting there saying it, and I said, not one person in that room right now dips their pizza in ranch. So I need you guys to go around the table and sit there and answer who dips their pizza.
So we know of one person amongst this collective.
Yeah, but I don't like that being used in the present. Like, I have dipped my pizza in ranch.
But you're not a current dipper.
No, I mean, I probably haven't had pizza and ranch dressing in over a year.
I'm not Anthony. I am not anti it. I don't go seeking it out. I don't go seeking it out, but I would dip it in.
But I think that's his point.
Yeah, Anthony, try it.
I have never done it.
No.
I don't think I'm opposed to it. Yeah.
Anthony,
Even
I don't.
When you go to the farmer's market, you get the bacon chicken ranch wraps. They're so good.
Anthony, real quick, do you not like ranch dressing?
I don't like ranch.
Well, there you go.
Then there you go.
Yeah, no, it's,
All right, question: do you like blue cheese dressing?
No, I don't dip my wings in any.
Okay.
What about French dressing?
Salad.
I'm just trying to think if there's any kind of dressing you might want to dip your pizza in.
Balsamic vinaigrette.
No, and especially not that. What does they do? The buffalo sauce.
Yeah, no dice. No, so no dipping pizza in anything for you, Anthony.
Nothing.
So I can say this, Anthony. I don't dip. I've never have. I'm not morally opposed to it, but I'm gonna.
You know what you're missing? I love ranch on all my pizza.
I'm gonna eat the pizza because I want the pizza.
All right, Anthony, I'm glad we settled this
one
for you.
notch up, real quick, guys. One notch. I even put ketchup. I'll get white pizza with broccoli and ricotta and put ketchup on it.
You hear his coworker? Like,
That sounds
God.
good. That sounds
Anthony's a
gnarly.
weirdo.
How do you guys even share a vehicle? It's impossible.
How we share a vehicle? That's why we're fighting right now.
I know. Good luck, fellas.
Harry and Lloyd.
Harry and Lloyd. All right, thanks, fellas. Appreciate that call. Wow. Okay.
Lloyd!
Hang on, one more quick call, and then we're going to move along because John wanted to point something out. Hi, John. You're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Hey, what's up, man?
So I just turned 60, and I still laugh at this story today. So I grew up in Havertown, and when we were 14 or 15, we couldn't really afford a pizza because they were $6 as kids.
Mm-hmm.
When we would out, we would go party, and then go over to Joe's Bar, which was over on Eagle Road and Eagle and Westchester Pike.
Okay.
And we'd go in. We went in one time, and Joe had a pizza. Old Joe had a pizza, and he said, "Hey, I give you kids a pizza for $1. So we bought the pizza, but then we got a little smart. Every Friday night at 7:00, we would call up and order a pizza and pick it up at 10:00.
Oh, my God.
So you would order pizza, they would think that they were stuck with a pizza that no one was picking up, and then you go get it for $1.
Yeah. And I know to this day I'm going to go to hell when I go.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Good idea, though, John.
I thought you were going to say dumpster diving because a lot of times at the end of the day, then when they're getting rid of the pizzas, they'll take them and.
No, we would go to the Last Stand, like, as they were closing. I think they would close at, like, 8 or 9 o'clock. And, we were at the swim club, which is, half block down the street. But you go there at a closing time, and they're like, here are all the hot dogs. You know what I mean? Here are all the hot dogs that we didn't sell.
I used to do this great thing when I worked at a restaurant that made pizza. It was called Buster's. And my buddy had worked at the Steak and Shake, which is on the other side of the parking lot.
Right.
So I would make a pizza over at my place. He would cook me up a couple steak burgers, and we would meet and swap.
You trade.
Which was always pretty cool. Yeah.
Dude, so like when you work at a place and you're surrounded by it, you
get tired
enough already.
You get tired of eating it after a while, yeah.
There's a whole app now created just around this. It's called Too Good To Go. And you can use it earlier in the day, and you can buy food that's left over from restaurants.
Okay.
Like if they're closing, you can pick it up within the last 30 minutes before they close.
Oh, man. And by the way,
really
speaking of closing, me and Rochelle and Carter, we met up in Westchester. Kathy, we went to this place right across from the courthouse. It's a diner. Really good, by the way. And we walked in, and they do only breakfast and lunch. We didn't know that.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Main Street, no.
I don't know, but we used to go there. Yes.
Yeah, so really cool.
And hummus for all?
Decor and stuff. Anyway, we come walking in, and the guy goes, we close in 2 minutes. I'm like, oh, man. They're like, no, go ahead and have a seat. So we ended up being those people.
Oh, wow.
The staff is ripping the restaurant apart, and we're still eating away. And
As
they're
long
just
as
trying
they're
to close
cool,
up. They were
right?
cool
Yeah,
with
yeah.
it, but I felt bad.
Yeah.
And I felt, but they seated us, and I was like, we were starving. So
Was it just Westchester Diner? Or no?
No.
Okay.
It's directly across from City Hall and from the courthouse. And damn it, I can't remember the name of it. I'll remember it in a moment.
Okay, all right.
Nick will look it up. He'll help me out over there. But can we do one more survey case?
You're
Do
damn
we have time?
straight we
All right,
can.
we'll do one more. All right, something absolutely different than that. How about this? A poll of 2,000 romance readers in the U.S. reveals that nearly 2/3 of men consider themselves diehard romance enthusiasts compared to 60% of women. Reading romance books, like the ones that Fabio would be on the cover of.
Yeah, cradling Nick in his arms.
Yeah. I've never read a romance book.
So I have not read like Harley, but one of perhaps in my top 3 favorite books of all time is a romance in a way. It's much, much more. But The Great Gatsby, it is a more tragic romance.
Wait, but you're shocked at that number?
Yeah.
I'm shocked at that number, too, by the way.
What? That it's high or low?
Hang on, everybody's texting me.
Yeah.
It's the Market Street Grill.
Who texted you? Because Dave Fairman texted me.
Connor Betts and Howard Liebold.
Okay.
2 people. Market Street Grill. So thank you guys.
All right,
for
there we
sending
go.
us.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry to
Go back.
Anyway, what were we saying? Oh,
about romance novels.
Yes, romance
we are surprised by that statistic. Kathy, you seem not to be
You
surprised.
think that it's high?
I think the percentage is high of guys who actively read romance novels.
Yeah, 63% said versus 60% of women that were surveyed. Guys also spend more time reading romance at an average of 364 hours a year, while women spend 312 hours a year.
I feel like guys just don't
reading
talk
it.
about like the people around you probably are reading it. They just don't talk about it like the women do.
Yeah, maybe. The survey
His
also...
name was Beauregard. His heaving chest punched through his shirt. He took Belinda in his arms. I love this.
The survey also uncovers who readers imagine as the love interest when they're immersed in these books. For married readers,
come with me.
17% picture their spouse, while 21% envision their celebrity crush, and 7% admit that they usually imagine their ex.
Sweet tea, why don't you part that ass on my face?
I never imagine other people in the roles of the books that I'm reading other than the characters themselves.
So, I'm trying to think of any romance. So are we talking, the delineation would have to be like dime store style Harlequin romances or
Not
things
like
of that nature.
Nicholas Sparks stuff?
Or like Nicholas Sparks stuff, which is a notch up, but still similar.
Modern titles that fans could try out if they want to get romance are 50 Shades of Grey, The Notebook, It Ends With Us.
Oh, okay.
And then there are classics like Gone with the Wind and Pride and Prejudice.
So I read Pride and Prejudice. Okay, yes, and maybe but I don't...
So
I don't
maybe,
actively seek them out.
Right, but then maybe The Great Gatsby would fall into that category as well, too. So there can be some classics that are considered romance. At the heart of it is a love story.
And it is.
So when, for Gen Zers who picture celebrities, Zendaya is the most popular when the love interest is a woman. Angelina Jolie is for millennials, and Gen X imagine, both millennials and Gen X imagine Angelina Jolie, and baby boomers imagine Halle Berry is the lead.
No, for me, it's always B. Arthur.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. When reading, I never do that. I mean, I have a picture in my head of who the character is.
Yes. Yeah.
But I never associate it with someone I know or a celebrity.
But we may as well go down the male aisle. Gen Z readers picture Timothée Chalamet most often. For millennials and Gen Z, Channing Tatum. And for baby boomers, they see Brad Pitt as the lead.
Interesting. Those are high numbers for again, when I was working in a bookstore, I was always women coming in for the romance. I never saw guys. When I was working the information desk, I never directed guys to romance novels.
Kath, Channing Tatum, is he really, really good looking, or is he just good looking?
No, I think I like him.
Okay.
I think
Would you
he's
say
good looking.
really, really?
Yeah,
I just, when I look at him, I'm like, I just don't see how strikingly handsome he is. He's a good looking guy. I kind of think of him as like the Toyota Camry of you know what I mean? It's a nice looking car.
He's a good looking guy.
Yeah.
He's a bit more every guy than, say, someone who is just pristine. So
I think
Chris Pine is
He
almost
has
impossibly
features
good looking.
Deep blue eyes.
Yeah, right.
So it's the features. Channing Tatum has bigger features and more of like a manly look, whereas Chris Pine is pretty.
Okay.
So it depends on your.
Okay.
It just depends on your taste, Casey. Your taste isn't the manly man. You like the ladies' man.
I like prettier guys.
Yeah, you like a softer, puffy man
Chalamet.
with extended nipples.
Yeah.
And let me ask you, Kathy, who do you currently, or just in general, who do you consider the pinnacle of a hot guy, an attractive guy?
Oh, I have to think about it because I usually.
Who butters your toast?
I usually go off of like shows or movies or something that I'm watching currently.
Yeah.
I do love, and I always forget, Cole Hauser.
Okay.
Really?
I do love him, but like I love him because of his character on Yellowstone. I don't know if you like took the cowboy hat off,
Right.
that I'd be, and I'm not like a facial hair person, but he has, full on beard. So.
But Cole Hauser would never come up on a list prior to Yellowstone.
No, I know.
So that clearly has a sway over it.
Did you think he was good looking, like in Good Will Hunting and Days of Confused era?
That's what I mean. I think he's good looking because of his character.
What about Steve Buscemi? No?
You're joking, right? Okay.
So romance readers, by the way, favorite storylines include forbidden romance.
Ooh, like the Lambada.
Like that. Friends to lovers romance is
All right, what's the
second.
forbidden romance? What is that?
So it should not happen. Like you fall in love with your friend's mother. Forbidden romance. I would say this though, in the realm of rom-coms, I happen to be a big fan of rom-coms.
Did you say you fall in love with your own mother?
Your friend's mother.
Oh, your friend's mother.
Not his own mother.
Yeah. No.
Jeez.
I had her once. It wasn't.
No,
but it's not okay, and we know that it can only end in a tragedy.
And then friends to lovers would be Harry Met Sally.
Yeah.
Ass to mouth.
Mm-hmm. Ass to mouth, A to E-M.
Yep.
And enemies to lovers.
I like that too. So these are all things that work for me in rom-com realm.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of dynamics, but in literature, not so much.
For the ones that don't like reading about. For the ones that don't like reading about whatever.
The hell is that?
They don't prefer these storylines. Love triangles. I get tired of the love triangle thing.
You do?
It's a standard, trope. And when I see it pop up, I'm like, oh man, we're going to do this.
What about a quadrangle?
Well, that might be more fun. Office romances.
Like that.
And fake dating scenarios.
I like that too.
You like the fake dating scenario thing?
Yeah.
Hallmark does that a few times.
All the
don't
time.
they? Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
My mother, please come home. We're going to the Christmas wreath festival, and I have to bring someone.
Right.
Actually, that movie with Sandra Bullock and Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah. I know the one you're talking about.
That's a complete fake out.
It's not the appointment.
That's ass to mouth.
That's ATM? Okay.
No, what is the name of that? The proposal.
The proposal.
Okay.
That's it. Yep. So on average, respondents can tell whether they'll like a romance novel in just 33 pages in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned enemies to lovers, which is a very, very funny scenario, and it just reminded me of this time in college. I was in a flat-out argument with this girl. I was hammered. But we were like straight up like arguing.
Contentious.
Yes. I thought we would never be friends again. And I swear to God, I have no idea how this happened, but we're arguing, we're face to face. And next thing you know, we are making out.
Wow.
Like just straight up.
That's right out of a rom-com.
Yeah. She wasn't a girlfriend. We were just friends. Actually, more of like acquaintances than anything else.
Well, sometimes while you were fighting,
yeah,
did you feel a sexual undercurrent?
Dude, not until we started making out. Like
right.
I'm like, how the hell? What's going on here?
Right.
Yeah, that's really.
It was really, really bizarre.
And were you both pretty lit up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hence
That
the
helps.
argument.
How old were you?
Probably 21.
So did it lead beyond?
No.
kissing?
I think maybe some like loving embrace
Some
or
grabbing?
whatever. But like no clothes came off or anything like that.
The Smurfs were before the Blue Man Group.
I never ever had anything ever like that happen.
But that happens a
Yeah.
lot where people are they're fighting and they Sam and Diane.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
Cheers
Uh-huh.
had a classic moment like that.
Yeah, that's you do see that pop up, but I never really thought that happens.
No, I think
You know what I
I almost want you want to smash a picture over their head.
Right, but you can switch gears pretty quickly. Oh, interesting. All right, so yeah, if you want to give romance books a try, apparently they're more popular for men, according to this survey of 2,000 romance readers than women.
In a way, Dune has a sweeping set of love stories as well.
Yeah, I wonder storylines like that if they might fall under that
Right.
umbrella. Or
Though I
not.
wouldn't consider the Dune a romance novel.
No. Let me go this quick call, and then we're going to have to take a break. I'm going to go to Emily. Hi, Emily. You are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Emily. What's up?
Oh, well, we were talking. Yeah, I heard everybody talking about what they think a good-looking man is, and I was willing to wrestle to meet Russell Crowe, and when I met him, he looked like a short plumber, and
like Luigi.
Yeah.
like Luigi. And then, as you're talking about all the different men who are attractive now, and everybody's saying blue eyes, and I'm like Pedro Pascal.
Pedro Pascal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Emily, where'd you meet Russell Crowe?
You gentlemen had a wonderful Wrestle for Russell ticket to go.
I knew it. Yeah, and it was at the recording studio. It was at Endre.
Yes, it was the Sonic Studio, the Sonic Session.
Yeah.
But now when I see Russell Crowe, if anybody saw Love and Thunder where he plays the effeminate Zeus,
Yeah.
Yes.
that's, yeah.
He's a little out of shape. Yeah.
Interesting.
That's funny.
Emily, were you one of the ones that wrestled?
Yes, I absolutely was.
I totally remember that. It's great.
I still have the Sonic Pass.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wow.
Excellent. Well, it is great to hear from you, Emily. Thanks for chiming in. We appreciate it.
Love you guys.
Love you too. All right, we'll see you later.
That was with his band, 30 Odd Foot of Grunts,
That's
right?
correct, yeah. All right, so we're going to wrap up the Survey Says segment right now, friend. Thank you. Hopefully we gleaned something from that. We do need to take a break. We've got more stuff coming up in a little bit. We're gonna play a little promo that tells you about the Cardboard Classic, and we want you to join us for that. It's going to be on the 28th, and we're actually going to chat to somebody real quick. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times.
Hear a little bit more of this.
Without dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, right? I'm like, ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then he did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just as funny.
Oh, my. I've never heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on the show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most
Joy. And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got
I'm
it
in.
down there?
I'm
You're
good.
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm disgusted by it.
Yeah.
It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Oh yeah, out loud.
It's the
and
ranch
I'm like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just they're deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick.
I think because it pisses her off so much that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
No, he doesn't.
It's the worst smelling thing ever. It's awful. It's so stupid. It's childish. I hate every second of it. But I think that he gets a kick out of Preston's response at how angry it makes me. So I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck...
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even like when he gets mad, like when they're like silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little...
I just hear that. Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
But I really do go into, like, other rooms. If we have guests in the studio...
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals on the points so
I can't
far?
remember who answered Preston on that one.
Steve did.
I did.
And Kathy and
me.
Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3, Kathy's got 3, Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our
tight.
next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh. I got it.
That's a great question.
Yep. Will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities? Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall?
Okay.
And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now while Christmas is a
That's why
money...
you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think, though, the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween...
Oh, all that stuff.
Yeah, all
Okay,
that
got it.
stuff and all of the access to it is
And with an
something-
8-year-old, you're busy doing. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Okay,
and,
Nick.
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year, that you love the season itself, that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa.
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside, and I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston.
I'll just hit this. Yes.
And Casey.
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is.
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
The second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show. Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ
This
on
is
this
Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah. Weeks? The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah. So what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right. People writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay. This is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think. But like first date, 1 week, no. 2 week, no. 3 weeks, no. 4 weeks, I think is a nice, safe assumption.
All right, Casey says
about
4
a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa!
Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
Getting intimate, yeah.
date, before getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you meet somebody, how long will it take before you,
Right.
as they used to say, make whoopee?
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right, then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
And Steve.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has 4 going into the... Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to... Wait,
We have Marissa as well.
Marissa.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
Okay, so there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who will
15
Nick say?
seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is the next
got this
cheapest.
one.
You got this one?
Yeah,
We'll start with you then, Preston.
I think that that somebody who knows a good bargain and is the queen of returns would absolutely look, and she looks for coupons all the time. She looks for special deals. It's got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
Gotta be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
When you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano. No doubt.
Okay. Marissa?
I actually think that Casey's family is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit. So I'd say Casey.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of myself. I don't think of myself as cheap, although I love a coupon and don't like to pay for shipping. I won't not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because.
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay. And what is, just briefly, what is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip
like
based on performance, not just
Right.
Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So, and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but we have those conversations on air, and when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle, and so I said Preston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston.
Wow.
And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
Just joking.
You see my bill from the vacation I just took?
Yeah. Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No.
That doesn't bother you?
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
Do you do that,
I
Mark?
usually, but I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I left anything less than 20%.
Okay.
But I mean, but I usually 20% is about right for me. So
okay. Okay. Second question about Nick. Anyone who knows Nick knows his passion for music and his love of both Eddie Vedder and Dave Matthews. I hate Dave Matthews. This begs the question: which of the following two scenarios will Nick pick? Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs.
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs. All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him, so he would prefer to have Eddie direct him being violated by Dave Matthews.
Okay. Eddie directs is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, Kathy?
No, I went opposite. I think that Eddie definitely violates him because if a man is going to violate him, it's going to be Eddie Vedder, and it's just a bonus that Dave is there. So
Just a what?
A bonus
Oh,
that
scared me
Dave
for a
is
minute.
there.
Okay.
So
It's just a bonus.
That's interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
And we've got
And I drew a picture.
visual aids.
Wow.
She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh, Preston.
Creative engineering.
You know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge Cuck. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Casey Boy.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of, he
does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom,
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
And Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay.
All right, and then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got
okay.
a point, yeah.
All right, so we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there,
I'm
guys.
so
All
sorry
right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa.
Marissa.
It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events, often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? Interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say dinner en blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy events.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy.
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of
Make fun of
laugh.
her?
Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with dinner en blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered her the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with dinner en blanc as well.
Casey?
I honestly couldn't think of anything but dinner en blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it, it's got to be dinner en blanc.
All right. All right, so the
that's a
scores
clean
remain
sweep.
the same. Steve is still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe, now.
Oh, all right.
Yep. And so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation?
Wow.
Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay. So it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's like virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick, I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm going to go with Preston as well.
All right, Kathy.
I went with Preston as well because of the height. His height.
Steve.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figured there's a lot of work around there dislodging things and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is...
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
All right.
There you go.
So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, well, I got to give him one and her one. We have a three-way tie.
Oh.
We have a three-way tie between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Kathy.
Thought of something else I did one time, but immediately, here I am as an adult thinking I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Rim Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest.
Yeah.
'Cause when you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and when. So we're out there, and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball. Or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball. And, of course, I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were in, there was like a tent sale going out there, something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked. But about 50 yards away, there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball. And it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go, put the whole golf ball thing away. Put the whole putting green thing away.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
Appearance over. Appearance over. Yeah. Attention.
We've got our winner.
Yeah. So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out, and they look at the side of their car, and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago?
You're 15, 16.
You're an adult man.
I know.
Wow.
Here I am. I'm confessing it right now.
Now,
that was not cool.
Don't say. But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was, I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here I...
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? And we had it was like on a mortar, and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope, that never happened. Nope, I think there was another
you
show.
come to any of our events, Mark,
WMMR. Thanks, Kat. So we had mentioned earlier this morning that we will be broadcasting live from the parade. Our location will be the Cambria Hotel, Philadelphia. It's at 219 South Broad Street, right between Locust and Walnut. And we're going to be one level up, and we'll be right above everything. It's going to be fantastic. We're looking forward to it. Now, as we are looking down upon that sea of people, something to keep in mind is safety while you're at the parade.
Good idea.
We have this morning the chief of police for Lower Merion Township, formerly fire chief and was in charge of Miss Marissa Magnata.
Yes.
Way back when she was a firefighter. We would like to welcome Mr. Andy Block to our program. Good morning, Chief. How you doing?
Oh, well, thank you. Good morning. How are you
wait a
this
minute. You
morning?
started off fire and then you went the other way?
At a very young age, yes.
Yeah?
I started in emergency services here in Lower Merion with Narberth Ambulance and Gladwin Fire Company, and then I got into law enforcement when I was 19 years of age.
Wow.
19.
Yeah, started with Avalon Police and then came back home, and I've been working majority of my career in Radnor Township, and just recently appointed as the police superintendent in chief for Lower Merion.
Really? So when did that happen?
I just started with Lower Merion in June of 2024.
Okay.
So
There you
I
go.
retired
Yeah.
from Radnor. And I did 4 years in Upper Moreland as their police chief.
Okay.
And then left there to come back home. I'm born and raised in Lower Merion. Great township.
Yeah.
How many years on the force now at this point?
I have 39 years in law
39.
enforcement.
Wow.
All
Wow.
right. So we're here. We have you here this morning. You wanted to talk about the parade and safety and all things under that umbrella. So where do we begin? What kind of information would you like to impart to people?
So this is all about a great celebration, for not just Philadelphia, but our whole region. I bleed green. I'm a huge Eagles fan, as everybody else is here today. So that's the whole concept here, working with our partners in Philadelphia. Philadelphia Police, their Office of Emergency Management and the mayor's office, they do a phenomenal job, with security in the city all the time. We've had previous experiences with them back when I worked in Radnor.
Right.
When Villanova hit, for the Final Four and then the national championship, the parades were down there, and we were invited down to work with Philadelphia Police as we were bringing the teams in. And the way they set up their security in their meetings, it's second to none, what we went through to make sure it's safe. And that's the whole goal here, is to have a great celebration, have a great day to make sure everybody's safe. So law enforcement and emergency management, Office of Emergency Management will do their part, as well as, the other entities that are involved, because it's regional. Other law enforcement agencies from Delaware County, Montgomery County, and whatnot will be down there assisting. But it's up to our fans, too, that are coming down, that are participating in the parade, to make sure they're responsible as well.
Yep. I have a technical question real quick, if you don't mind me jumping in ahead of time, because I do want to get you the information you're trying to pass along. But when you're invited to assist in Philadelphia, how does that work jurisdiction-wise for you guys? Because technically, you know what I mean? Do you have to be kind of sworn in of sorts?
Now, it's a great question. So what happens is there's MERT teams, the Major Incident Response Team. So each county has one, and it's paid for out of the Homeland Security funds. And we've had it over 12 years now. So MERT, all right, because of federal funding, you're automatically sworn to work in those different jurisdictions. And that was no different when Villanova hit in 2016. We had Philadelphia Police out, as well as Montgomery County MERT assisting us at the campus in Villanova.
Okay. So you can roll right over and participate with this with the parade.
Correct.
Okay.
That's under the federal parameters because of the funding and how it was established.
An official request has to be made.
Correct. And it goes through the counties, through the Department of Public Safety for each county.
Okay.
Once it's approved, then our people will go down and assist Philadelphia in whatever manner they need on that.
To that point, I would say everybody contacting us back about being down on Broad, the night of the victory, Sunday night. Pierre Robert said that the police were just phenomenal, and there were a few things that could have gone a lot better, but I think overall, to your liking, was the crowd pretty good from what you've seen over the years? Give us a letter grade, a school letter grade about how that crowd reacted Sunday night.
I think they were B+, or an A-. They were up there. There were just a few. You're always going to have a few incidents, and that's the thing with the police department and law enforcement. They're ready to respond. They're right there, and they mitigate the issue so it doesn't happen. It goes back in 2016, we were on the MERT team with the DNC. We were down there. And again, it's getting up to mitigate those issues.
And people were reporting that. Of course, as you said, you bleed green. Right. The law enforcement's all there and loving it as well.
Sure.
So it really substantially rests in the hands of the general public to just kind of do what? What should they do to make sure we have a great experience?
Right. So they need to be very orderly. And we always tell people to, travel in your groups, travel with crowds. I know SEPTA's going to have plans they'll be pushing out later this week as far as the regional rail lines and the transportation. Use that. Don't drive your cars down there. But stay in groups. Be responsible for one another if you're going down with your friends. All right. Make sure they're not doing something that's crazy and you're not doing something that's crazy. Just be careful with the alcohol intake. That's always something that feeds into it. You don't want to get to the point where you're not in control of your faculties, or you become an incident for the police itself. And the other thing we tell people is, we don't recommend in these situations to carry any type of weapon with you, and travel lightly with that. Don't take valuables with you. You're going to be in stacked in crowds and whatnot, and you do not want people coming up. There's
Pickpockets.
Pickpockets,
Yeah,
exactly.
and this is what they
work in that, right?
Yeah.
So there's some of the things we look at as far as being safety. It's paramount, and we want everybody to have a great time and celebrate the Eagles.
Listen, and we try to pass this information along all the time when we have our festival shows and things like that. We're like, look, drink, fine, go ahead. Don't get banged up. Here's what's gonna end up happening. Either something stupid's gonna happen, or you're gonna miss out on the good stuff, man. You're gonna get banged up.
And we've seen people
time and time
being
again
carted away before the show even started.
Yes.
Right. Exactly.
And then also you have a situation, we talked about this, sadly, a young man lost his life.
Very sad.
And so what happens is, that's a fleeting moment, and everything changes irrevocably for what should have been a joyous, wonderful thing that would be a memory to last a lifetime. The switch is flicked, and it's irretrievable. So think about it in those terms. As you said, Preston, if you want to get happy, get happy. Don't get insane.
Right. Yeah. Right, and that's where your friends come into play. If you have a friend that's doing something that's crazy, they've lost their mind, reel them back. Talk to them, Say, look, I'm here. We don't want to end up in the lockup tonight. We're here together. But
or even worse,
in circles and crowds. That helps you when you're down there.
To the point of pickpockets, I always carry my ID. Always have ID with you, and then also everything in the front pocket.
Correct.
And that's always how I've been. Would you standard protocol? Is that the way to do it?
That's exactly what we recommend.
Would you bypass wallets and things like that?
I would on a day like Friday. Yes, I would stay away from the wallets just because in those situations you have everything in there, and some ladies carry small purses and whatnot.
Right.
It's everything but the kitchen sink in there. I leave that at home. Just have a credit card and some cash and your ID. That's all you really need when you're going down. To celebrate on that.
We're going to be broadcasting from the parade on Friday morning, which is going to be a lot of fun. I was wondering if, A, you could either give us a police escort or B, access to a helicopter.
That's all Homeland Security right now. That gets tied up, but we'll talk afterwards.
All right.
What is it? Real quick, Chief, if you don't mind, I'm looking at your Instagram account, and it says that there are applications for the Spring 2025 Citizens Police Academy. What is that?
So we do
It was started by Bobcat Goldthwait.
I was wondering, Citizens on Patrol.
So we do a multitude of different programs within the Lower Merion Police Department, for our community engagement. And one of the things that we do in the spring and the fall is have a Citizens Police Academy. So our residents can come in, they'll sign up for it. It's an 8-week program, and we take them each week through the different divisions of the police department. So one week it'll be about patrol, one for detectives, one for canine. People love the canine portion of it.
So, Andy, a friend of mine can sound like he's on a megaphone. Should I ask him to
yeah, exactly.
Stop it?
Like helicopter sounds.
They do ride-alongs with the officers during the program. So what it's doing, it's bringing the community in and showing the community what we do as police officers.
Right.
So they learn from us, but we also learn from the community because they have different, interactions with the police, and we want it to be positive, but we also want to show them what we're doing. One of the most dangerous things we do every day is a motor vehicle stop. People say routine. There's nothing routine about it. But then when they ride and they see what's going on, we put them through some different scenarios with that, we're in our parking lots and whatnot, but, we show them what is the officers up against when they're coming up on a car. It's the unknown in the car. So
it's a nightmare.
It's a great understanding for them, provides more support, and sometimes it's a force multiplier because we're constantly looking for some really great women and men for the police department. We have another recruitment campaign coming up starting in 2 weeks. And we're down 19 police officers, and we would love to have, more candidates apply because I've been doing it for 39 years, as I stated earlier, and it's the best job in the world.
Okay, so this Citizens Police Academy, you can come try it out and see if maybe it's something you're interested in a career, or if you were just curious about what it's all about. You said it's 8 weeks. Is how many days a week?
It's one night a week.
One night a week.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's 6 to 8.
All right.
So 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. So
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a good. To me, it
So
sounds
you
like
guys should sign up.
Yeah, absolutely. my brother just retired recently from the force. He talked about all that stuff, the stuff you talk about, and the traffic stops and all that stuff. But the thing that was always stressed, he always stresses, is that if the general public, can get an understanding of what law enforcement deals with, and the two ways really work, because it really helps make everything that much better and avoid so much crap. You know,
it does. And like I said, they learned from us, but we learned from them too, because there's different situations that as we train our officers, and the training here at Lower Merion is second to none with what the officers are trained in, but it's to be able to recognize different situations.
Right.
Somebody may be having a bad day, you know, it might be a mental health issue. So you have to be able to look at that and recognize that and just try to de-escalate that and get that person to the right place where they need to be.
All right, so to recap for parade safety, you want to watch your alcohol intake. You want to travel light and not take a whole lot of stuff with you. Don't bring any guns or knives or weapons or anything like that.
Not recommended.
And keep an eye on each other. That one, I think, was one of the more important things. I mean, those are all important, but I like the idea of if you see your friend or somebody you're with starting to get a little bit out of control, reel them on back. It's not worth it. This is a celebration. This is a party. This is all positive things, and we don't need... You don't want to end up getting locked up that day and missing out on one of the best days.
Do you
want
to put your friends through that? Having to deal with your ass or having to pull them away from the festivities because you've done something wrong?
Right. Or there goes your cash. You have to go bail them out.
Yeah, you got to pay. It costs you money.
Better things to do with your money. And use the the regional transportation when that's set up. Makes it easier. They're going to pick them up here and then they're going to drop you right down on the parade route. It's great.
Yep. By the way, I got a text that says Andy Block is one of the best people in law enforcement.
I don't know who you paid off on that. But
signed mom.
That was a criminal who said that. So it really speaks highly of you.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you stopping by here. Good luck with everything.
Thank you all.
On Friday.
Stay well. Stay safe.
Andy Block, Chief of Police, Lower Merion Township. Thank you, sir, for being here. Nick wanted to mention a really cool thing that he encountered over the weekend, right, Nick?
Yeah, so there's this thing called Otherworlds. It's in Northeast Philly. It's right across the street from the Northeast Airport. And I had never heard of it before. A couple of friends let me know about it. My wife is an artist, and so she was actually on... she was able to work there this past weekend, and they had like an art exhibit, which was pretty cool. So Otherworlds is right across the street from the Northeast Airport. There's like a Wawa that's right next door. It's in the shopping center that just it's kind of unassuming, but it's this art installation. And you walk through this thing, and it's one room after another with all of these like really cool lights and strange art exhibits. And I had never experienced anything like it before. It kind of reminded me of that. Remember that we did that Instagram thing in the King of Prussia Mall?
Yes, I was thinking exactly. Happy Place.
So this is
exactly that.
It's a pop-up of sorts?
It's a pop-up, Casey, except that it's not. It's there. It's going to be in this shopping center in the Northeast for quite a while. And apparently there's a few of them around the country. And so they have art displays on there from time to time. And I guess they're going to try to do those quarterly where regional artists like my wife can come in and sell some stuff. But the reason I wanted to bring it up was A, it's really cool. Kathy, it might be like an interesting activity for people at some point.
Yeah, it looks cool.
And B, I met this really cool artist, this guy named, I just want to make sure I get his name right, Drew Blatt. And Drew is a caricature artist, and he did drawings of everybody on the show. So I was walking by, I was saying hi to the couple of the artists that were working there, and he goes, "Oh my God, Nick, that's great timing." And I was like, "Oh, hi, it's nice to meet you." And he said, "I'm just finishing up the show's caricatures right now." And I was he's like, "I'm working on you right now." I was like, "All right, that's cool." So he was finishing up mine, and he did one from everybody on the show. So I'll hand them to you guys.
Nice.
Preston, here's yours.
I will add this to
Look at that.
Preston Elliott Charts and Crafts section
Yes.
my office.
We're going to need a brick and mortar soon on that. Thank you.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah,
wow.
Look at that. That's very sort of Dolly-esque. Look at that, Preston.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. I like it. Yeah, these are really unique caricatures because it looks like a tire drove across my face.
Yeah.
That's my
That's
my
how we
beard.
see you, though, as a constant victim of a hit and run.
Must be.
And his Instagram account is deconstructed love, deconstructed_love.
I love this.
Drew Blatt. And really interesting dude, a great artist. And it was nice meeting him at Otherworlds this weekend.
You know what? The thing about caricatures is I personally don't notice the features that stand out on myself until I look at the caricature and go, "Oh yeah, my eyes are really close together, aren't they?"
I mean, he completely captured the penis that's on my chin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clearly. Yeah.
He really got the hearts in my hair.
Wait, let me see. Oh yes, that's adorable.
No, I love this. I love when they take they it's a perception of how you're seen.
Yeah.
And Kathy, I don't mean to make you jealous, but Marissa has hearts in her hair as well. So maybe all women have hearts in their hair.
Bitch.
Any idea how long this runs for?
I think it's there forever. It's like it's not. I don't think it's a pop up. I think it's going to be there for a while. I don't know
It's a
enough.
gum.
What's that?
No, it's a gum. I'm kidding you.
I don't know if it's going to be there forever or if it's just something where they're going to keep it open for as long as people are going to see it. But you can buy tickets. You can go, and it's what's called an immersive art installation.
Okay. That's what I was going to ask if the word immersive was used.
Yeah.
So my youngest, Caleb, and I went up to a place in New York that was something like this, and we had a ball, man. All this visual, light and sound that brings you into what the artists are trying to create. So I'm definitely going to go to this.
How do people get if they want to sell their wares? They're artists. How do they get?
I think they're going to do that quarterly, and so you can contact Otherworld Philly. It's otherworld.philly is their Instagram account. Or you can just go to their website, which is I think Otherworld Philly. Otherworld.com. And you can just buy tickets. The other thing that I've heard is that people like going to this thing and taking some mind-altering substances. And
really?
About, yeah.
Hey, Nick, hang on. So, Tyler here has a question or observance about this place. Hi, Tyler, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. So something interesting about the Otherworld that you know.
Yeah, my wife and I went. We may have taken mind-altering substances as well. But it's puzzles in every room. Every room is a different set of puzzles, and there's clues throughout the whole place. So you start touching things and everything lights up. My wife and I went. We actually met this other couple. They were also trying to solve everything, and we ended up teaming up in the middle of it and beat the whole thing.
Wow.
It was really fun.
Double rainbow. Oh, my God.
Nick, did you know about the puzzle thing?
I didn't know about it until just now.
Tyler, how did you find out about the puzzle aspect to this?
My wife and I looked it up beforehand, and it said that it was interactive, so I started touching things, and one of the people that work there, they kind of help guide you a little bit. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, there's things here, and you can go in. We had two gentlemen that every time we walked into a room, we were solving something, and they were so behind. It was like a movie. Every time we walked in, they were like, oh, here we go.
Was anyone else seeing these gentlemen, or was it just you?
No, they were there in every room. It was pretty funny. But we had a good time with it.
That sounds very cool.
All right.
The lighting,
Thanks.
it is sort of a very cool, it's what they call an activation. So for Instagram, like that Happy Place case, same sort of vibe. Very cool.
You can wear these non-3D glasses, but like kind of trippy glasses and look at some of the immersive experiences that way too.
They're like a prism, right?
Yeah,
mean, like a kaleidoscope almost. That same type of thing we used in New York, and it enhances the lights.
Yeah. You know what's really cool is if I have vitiligo, when I go to something that's lit up like this, I light up.
You glow.
You have white spots all over you. I believe it. Wow, interesting. All right, thanks, Nick. Appreciate you sharing that.
It's a cool spot. So if you're in the Northeast, it's right across from Northeast Airport.
And it's called The Other Worlds?
Yes.
Okay, we'll check that out. Speaking of art, I did see this article that would tie into this a little bit, Nick. According to new research published by leading psychiatry professor Stephen M. Stahl, artist Jackson Pollock had clearly incorporated images into his pre-drip paintings.
I'm going to be honest, I can't paint.
And repeatedly used the same images in multiple drip paintings, potentially as a result of extraordinary spatial skills related to his bipolar disorder.
So what we perceived as randomness might have been more decisive.
Quite possibly.
How about them apples?
So I remember
Elvis is a devil worshiper, and Jackson Pollock is not as random as we thought.
So supposedly, according to Pollock, like he did that stuff. He had purpose as he was doing it. He wasn't just scattering droplets and things like that. The paper emphasizes that Pollock met the diagnostic criteria for bipolar disorder, that he didn't paint when he was intoxicated or depressed, and that he both had extensive exposure to Rorschach ink blots during his psychiatric treatment and had visual images and hallucinations of images. The doctor argues that Pollock either consciously or unconsciously encrypted images into his paintings to tell a story, and he clears up what some of them are. So certain images, he said, make their way repeatedly into his paintings, including booze bottles, images of himself, monkeys, clowns, elephants, and more.
I need to see some of his paintings. I don't know, like, what's his most popular one?
Monkey on a clown.
Okay.
So Dave Matthews Band lyric.
Yeah. I think elephant drinking bourbon.
Doggy on a chain.
He said, we constantly have good reason to believe Pollock encrypted these images into his paintings, whether consciously or otherwise. I mean, you have seen some before, Casey, right?
Yeah.
You're familiar with his style, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well,
The
this
movie is actually gives you some insight into his methodology.
Movie was really good.
Yeah. So this is what I thought it was. We're looking at a photo right now of one of his paintings.
See the monkey?
Yeah. No, but I do see a face in the middle of this.
Yeah,
picture.
I do too, Case. I'm looking over here, right there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it said that he would include himself in some of these paintings. So maybe that's him. So his remarkable ability, he said, to hide these images in plain sight may have been part of his creative genius and could also have been enhanced by the endowment of extraordinary visual spatial skills that have been described in some bipolar patients. Although Pollock was variably diagnosed by his psychiatrist as having alcoholic psychosis, being, quote, schizoid, or possessing a schizophrenia-like disorder characterized by alternating periods of violent agitation and paralysis or withdrawal.
I see a pig at the bottom, Case. Can you see? Let's see how.
Bottom, which side?
So I'm looking at it'd be the right side of the picture.
Okay.
So if you look down to the lower right quadrant, I see a pig facing us. Do you see that? I'm gonna walk around and point to it.
Hang on. Is it right here?
Here it is.
Hold on.
Here.
Oh.
With the ears.
I do not see
Pig,
that.
piggy, pig. Oh, yeah, I kind of see it, Steve. It's got a longer snout. Almost, to me,
That's
it looks
the way
almost
I like my pigs.
like an aardvark.
Yes.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, just turned into like a magic eye. Like, do you see the schooner?
Oh my
I
God!
also feel like that face that we were looking at in the middle of the picture.
Go
ahead.
Only one time did I almost see one of those.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pissed me off so bad.
I remember which one it was?
No.
One of the fight I got in with Claire. I swear to God.
Oh yeah.
We were in a
You
gallery.
guys couldn't agree on what it was, right?
Doug playing his xylophone. I was getting them all, and she's like, "What are you saying?"
I had one hanging in my dorm room freshman year as a stealth bomber.
Yeah.
I was good at them. I could do those.
No, easily. I had a book of them. You didn't, you know.
Every other dorm room.
And the worst thing to do is to tell somebody, "Here's what all you have to do is." It's either comes naturally.
You got to look through it. You got to kind of
and you
cross
sort of
your
let your eyes go lazy,
Yeah.
and then the image starts to form.
Treat it like a mirror almost.
Yeah.
We had this. I don't know. It's not knitting, but it was this. There was a sign that was it was yarn. I don't know how. Is that called macrame? What is that?
Might have been macrame or crocheted.
But
something.
it said
croquet.
It said the word Jesus in it, and I could never see the word Jesus. All I could see were the lines that created the word Jesus. That's all I paid attention
Who
to.
says this?
Yeah. No. I couldn't see any words.
Oh,
they were
okay.
just lines.
Yeah.
But other people could see it.
Yeah. I wish I could show you what I'm talking about here.
Okay. Seeing images in Pollock's drip paintings has been both a popular pastime and a controversy ever since the paintings were created. Some art critics argue emphasize the formal elements of Pollock's work, arguing that no images are present and the viewers can find whatever they are looking for within the painting's abstract lines and composition.
That's part of the abstract experience, right?
This line of reasoning suggests that perhaps Pollock's paintings merely prompt viewers to project their own emotions onto these works and that no actual images are hidden between the lines.
For me, the best art is where you can see the house and the smoke coming out of the chimney and your family standing right next to it.
And with a turkey that looks like a hand.
It's it. I mean, it's very hard to do that.
Dr. Stoll, however, says seeing an image once in a drip painting could be random. Seeing the same image twice in different paintings could be a coincidence. Seeing it 3 or more times, as is the case for booze bottles, monkeys, and gorillas, elephants, and many other subjects and objects in Pollock's paintings, make those images very unlikely to be randomly provoked perceptions without any basis in reality.
This painting, which is called Gorilla Bartender. You can
Gorilla Bartender.
You can clearly see those influences.
That's the name of the painting?
Gorilla Bartender.
Well, then it spells it out right there.
I know.
Rochelle had a childhood friend in town recently. She's from France. She was a foreign exchange student that Rochelle knew when she was a kid. So she came into town. They went to the Philadelphia Museum of Art.
Always nice.
And took a tour, which is what I need to do. I need to go there on a tour. I go there and randomly walk around and look at stuff.
Do you get the
and I get lost in it.
handheld
No, I don't get the
units?
handheld,
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah.
Just to walk around, look at the art, appreciate the art, and do. But after a while, I get a little bit bored and I'm like, okay, there's another one.
Yeah.
And it's a completely different style and whatever. And I don't take the time to appreciate who that person was or what they were trying to convey in the message. So I would like to take a tour sometime because they do have tours where they're not going to show you the whole museum. They'll show you the highlights. They'll show you the biggies, and walk you through and let
The
you
best tours, they start right off and they'll ask, how smart are you?
Yeah.
And then, I'm not very bright.
And then
Okay,
Then they can gauge which
This
tour
is
you
a
belong.
duck.
Right.
I get 2 hours tops in a museum. Like beyond 2 hours, my eyes start to glaze over, and I'm looking at these incredible masterpieces, and I have no appreciation for them.
I think that it asks a lot. I love the Smithsonian. I love that place. However, if you try to go and hit everything, and it happened to us, around the corner, there's the Hope Diamond. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm like, you have to take a break because when you're running by the Spirit of St. Louis, and you're supposed to be impressed by that.
So Rochelle and I do this game now when we go to a museum, and we started doing it at the Barnes, which is a great museum, by the way. Is when we start to find ourselves a little bit bored, we'll play a game, we walk up to a painting, you don't look at the title of it.
Yeah.
We'll try to do two things. Number one, you guess what the title is, closest to wins.
Right.
And if there are people in it, you give them dialogue.
Right.
You give them dialogue, or sometimes they're looking at another painting across the way, and those two paintings are having dialogue.
Gorilla, Scotch and soda.
Yeah, we'll make up what they're saying. It's just kind of,
Yeah, it makes it fun.
Makes it a little game.
Yeah. You know what you can do also? Take a scissors and scrape the painting.
And cut out your favorite part.
So I went and saw the Mona Lisa at the Louvre. And I only went there to see the Mona Lisa, but you got to walk through, a ton of crap to get there. No, but you're
crap.
You're walking through Da Vinci and all of this stuff.
It's a massive museum.
Massive museum.
And the Mona Lisa itself is rather small. Yes?
Yeah, it's not that big.
Not very
but people were telling me to be underwhelmed. So I actually wasn't underwhelmed.
You were whelmed.
I was whelmed just fine when I got there. But it was amazing to be just flippantly walking past all of these pieces of art.
Some of the greatest stuff that's ever been created by man. And do they have churros here?
Yeah. You're running by Monet and Rembrandt.
And all of that. And I'm like, oh, here's a picture. Here's a statue of a butt cheek. Let me get my picture taken with that.
Look at my fingers.
Butt crack.
But the Louvre is about ready to go through a massive renovation.
The roller coaster, right?
No. And it's going to be like hundreds of millions of dollars, and they are going to give the Mona Lisa its own room.
They should.
Yeah, agreed. But there are other masterpieces in that very room, like I think it's the coronation of Napoleon is in that room, and the it's the one of Venus and the shells.
The classic.
It's a famous painting. I can't remember. I think those are all in that same room.
Venus de Milo is not in that room, but so wait, in that same room with the Mona Lisa, there were all those other ones?
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, at least when I went there, Case, but that was when I went there was in like 1990.
The Birth of Venus,
Birth of
Preston.
Venus. There you go. Yeah, I thought that one was in the same.
She's
room.
coming out of a cloister.
A cloister. So anyhow, I thought that was kind of an interesting thing about Jackson Pollock.
Absolutely
not familiar with. Real quick, Justin has a comment, and then we got to take a break. Hey, Justin, you're on the air. Good morning.
Dilly Bellotti.
Bellotti. We are gathered here. What's up, buddy?
Hey, so a while back, I was at a mall, and there was an art installation there. They had those magic eyes. They were set up on, like, easels. And I swear I saw, like, one that looked like a sailboat. And a kid came up to me, and he saw something different. He said it was a schooner.
Oh, Jesus.
Were you were hanging out in a mall?
I was in a mall.
Yeah.
He was a really big guy, right? Yeah.
A schooner is a sailboat, Tommy.
I said it's a sailboat. He tells me a schooner is a sailboat. So I told him the Easter Bunny wasn't real. It was a guy.
Thank you, Justin.
We should get
Mallrats is a great movie.
Get some of those in here. Some of those magic
3D things. Yeah, I wouldn't. Why not? Let's get disappointed all over again. Why not? All right, we are going to take a break and come back in a second. Bizarre File stories are what we have next for you, so stay put.
Preston and Steve.
I regret it. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen.
Not really.
What are you going to buy him a new car 15 years later?
I heard what you said, you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah, what would you guys say would be like a movie
Star
theme
Wars?
or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to-
no, it's all right.
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope, it's just the one.
Oh.
So because after that is
007?
Nope, Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep, so Night Fever, Night Fever.
Stay alive, stay
Or
alive.
Staying Alive, I guess.
Stay alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, no, like that's...
We're dirty dancing, dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right
that.
though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within dirty dancing that are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product. They used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Hungry Eyes.
What's that other? She's like the wind.
Hungry Eyes.
I mean, my favorite song from that movie is this one.
I love this.
Who's this hula hana of come on, I wanna hula back.
What were the hits from the soundtrack? You had that. You had the.
You had Hungry Eyes. You had Time in My Life. Those were the two biggies.
Right, and then
was,
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as well.
And that's Patrick Swayze singing that,
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. And it was such a popular album that they made two of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when they were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say.
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the list.
Do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay?
Jesus Christ.
And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes?
I don't know. But it was by Mary Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar.
Two years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different one?
I wanna know if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Hey, lover boy.
Okay.
Why don't you come over here, little...
Hey, boy. My name is Man Thing. Why don't you come over here and let's dance? Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just try not to move.
Don't move. This hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
Well, what did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is his name, and I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
a singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any Air Supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You probably do on
So
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry. That
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
That's
very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I've ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot.
Yes.
And I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons, and now they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah, so she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, its fixed wheels, has fallen off.
Okay.
The aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane. Keep doing what you're doing. We got plenty of time. You got plenty of fuel. We got plenty of daylight. So just try to relax. And you always heard me say go back to basics. So we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm getting choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no.
Here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to protect?
Sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No,
he's an
fly.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. We're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the whole, the difference is they're just speaking a different language. But it's, is that I love you?
I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to The Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells
it's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
That's Truc You.
Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not Truc You. Truck.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truck You.
Truc Nhu.
Jack, sell him for less.
Jack, sell him for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truc Nhu.
Okay.
who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks New, come home
What you
with
gonna
me.
do?
She says, come home with me, yeah? New then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time.
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
quite stunning.
Yeah, the Bachelor weighs in asking you, if you decide this, would you feel regretful? This doesn't change my decision, he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else.
Sell them for less. Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truck New.
Sell them for less.
Jack,
No.
sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But New seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry. And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truck New decided to return after...
I can never sell them for less. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at
So
the CIA.
there's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. Where? What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
33 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Got a batch of interesting little stories to run by you. We will start with this one. Kathy sent me this. A West Conshohocken man is going to prison for stalking a Bethlehem woman. His name is Matthew Buston, and pleaded guilty and was sentenced on Thursday. The stalking included contacting the woman on social media, text messages, a tracking device, and sending Valentine's Day chocolates that resembled female anatomy.
All class.
So Buston has had other problems involving stalking. He was sentenced to serve 5 months to 24 months in county prison, 3 years of consecutive probation. So police began investigating after a woman told officers she suspected there may be a GPS tracking device on her vehicle. A tracking device was found and was traced to Buston, who admitted placing the device there. That same month, the woman said she repeatedly received Instagram requests from a man later identified as Buston, and she denied those requests, but she did not know who he was.
I want to kiss you.
Including a female, let me see, he was also using aliases, including a female named Meg and Megan to repeatedly contact her. In January, a man identified as Buston approached her in an apartment parking complex.
Oh, boy.
And asked for help with a dead battery on his vehicle. He told the woman that he was interested in moving to the apartment complex and asked for her phone number for more information about moving there. And in February, the woman received more Instagram requests and unwanted text messages from Buston until she told him she was not interested in him. He continued sending text messages and social media requests.
I know. I'll win her over with chocolate vaginas.
Well, he anonymously sent candies in the shape of buttocks and vaginas to the victim on Valentine's Day.
My sweetest, did you receive the box of chocolate vaginas I sent?
While at her work at an area hospital, the victim found flowers tucked into her car door handle. Video surveillance showed Buston had left the flowers on her car.
Vagina.
In 2018 in Lehigh County, he was placed on 12 months of probation after pleading guilty to loitering and prowling outside of the home of a former girlfriend.
I think someone's got a crush.
He is currently awaiting trial in Bucks County.
Well, the problem with all that is that it could escalate in horrifying ways.
Yes.
You know.
So how about this? And this is not made up. This is what they used in this article as a way to gauge what I'm about to tell you. A giant asteroid that is the size of 59 Bonos is hurtling towards Earth and could wipe out Ireland with a series of catastrophic earthquakes or massive tsunamis, an expert has
People
warned.
of Ireland, your destruction is imminent.
Discovered by the NASA-funded Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System Telescope, the massive celestial rock named 2024 YR4 is estimated to be up to 100 meters wide. And for perspective, it's roughly the same as 59 Bonos lying side by side.
My name is Bono Galacticus.
The U2 frontman, Paul David Hewson, measures 1.68 meters tall, and so they used him as a gauge.
Is that a standard measure? Who knows, right?
For all I know, it might be. But Astronomy Ireland's David Moore has raised alarm bells saying this asteroid would be a country killer if it hits Earth. With a potential collision date of 2032, 8 years away, the asteroid has now triggered a global defense plan.
They say the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs was 2 million Billy Corgans.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's gigantic.
So the U.S. and European space agencies are ranking it among the top threats to human existence right now. So it's a serious one. But they've used Bono as their size gauge. I do not
Do they believe
know.
Bono can do anything to stop it?
Why? That's maybe why they've invoked his name. I'm not really
People
sure.
of Earth, if you were to build me a spacecraft, I'll do my damnedest.
A passenger recalled the terrifying moment their flight was forced to make an emergency landing after being diverted. The EasyJet flight had been traveling from Egypt to Manchester, England, when one of the pilots had a medical emergency.
Oh, boy.
You don't hear that often.
No.
As a result, the flight was diverted to Athens, where it had to circle the airport before making an emergency landing. One of the passengers on the plane recalled the terrifying moment that when they arrived in Athens, where they have now been left stranded for the time being.
What kind of medical emergency?
The flight was greeted by emergency vehicles on the runway. Fortunately, the remaining pilot was able to land safely. The passenger said that it had been around 2 hours into the flight when they realized something was wrong. Cabin crew had been serving drinks when the passenger recalled seeing them rush to the front of the plane where a man had collapsed. They said, at first we thought this may have been a passenger, as nothing much was being said other than the screams asking for, is anyone medically trained?
And another thing, it's like right on an airplane.
Yeah.
Where a few passengers got up and assisted the cabin crew. The passenger then recalled how a screen was pulled across the front to obscure the incident from view.
And does anyone know how to fly a plane?
So the call from the cabin crew advised that this was the captain/pilot.
Wow.
Who was seeking medical attention and was unwell and would again further update with what was going on. So the co-pilot managed to land fine. They said it was a bumpy ride, but they landed, and no details on what happened with the pilot, so I'm not really sure.
I have to get this man to a hospital, Preston.
Yeah, what's a hospital?
It's a large building with patients.
What is it? Yeah. All right, so we have one more story, and we will wrap up with, let's wrap up with this little treat. In Wisconsin, a woman is accused of stabbing her boyfriend over a wedding venue dispute.
Yeah, that seems
According
right.
to the police, Kaylee Branther is facing charges of battery and reckless injury. Police said the situation started when officers were called to a residence about a reported stabbing and domestic situation on January 29th. When officers arrived at the home, they found a man on the ground holding a towel to the left side of his neck. Police said Branther was spotted sitting on a couch in the next room.
She stabbed him in the neck?
One of the officers at the scene said Branther had told him that the ordeal started over a disagreement about using their house as a wedding venue. And according to the arrest report, Branther told her boyfriend, Branther and her boyfriend were exchanging messages earlier in the day that involved his mother and a discussion of possible wedding plans. However, this led to a disagreement between the couple, and she returned home from work to continue the conversation when things turned violent. Officer said Branther told them that she grabbed a knife because she was getting scared of what was happening, and she put her hands up when her boyfriend came towards her, and that's when he was stabbed.
Man.
A detective said the boyfriend told him that Branther was the one who got physical first when the two were talking, and that he was trying to remove himself from the situation. When he noticed Branther had a knife, he tried to get out of the back door of the house, and then that's when he felt the stabbing pain.
So in that industry, wedding venues and stuff like that, they see a ton of fighting.
I'll bet.
Because couples are, it sets them off.
Branther was
getting stabbed in the neck.
Was taken into custody from the evidence and statements given to the scene. The 22-year-old is scheduled for a hearing on February 13th.
I'm sure they're going to be a great couple.
Yeah, right? They're going to go the distance. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you for now. We will take another break. When we get back, we got your shot at win and something lesson question coming up. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, did you get him? He said, no, the line there was even longer than the line here.
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... they told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in Gulag.
I'm here all the week.
I would say try veal, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. These are CIA files.
I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up.
What's her
Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh,
on
she's
her?
a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh. Left. Right. Left. 2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to the dog.
That is not fair to the dog.
No.
And
I mean, he's got to bark fast. You never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
Did we even say the words skiing?
Nick just said
you
it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle. Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line?
Let me get back to you.
coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, like, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Is that Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one. Maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out.
I know
we
what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the
about.
girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cousin 7 days.
The Beastie Boys bring us to 10:23 a.m. and intergalactic planetary Preston and Steve program. We are getting ready for our live broadcast on Friday, Super Bowl parade. We're going to be located at the Cambria Hotel in Philadelphia, our broadcast partner location, right there between Locust and Walnut on Broad. So in the thick of it. Looking forward to this.
Very much so.
And weather's going to be halfway decent. Cold, but decent. So we got good stuff on the way. We have a look at traffic that is going to happen. No, we don't. Actually, no, we have a stupid question. I'm sorry. Lesson question. How about that? Pair of tickets as MMR rocks the Doobie Brothers and the Coral Reefer Band. This is August 13th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, if you can answer this question correctly. And all you have to do is get it in the ballpark. What is Elvis's magical phrase? It's, if you heard it, just give us your best impression. 215-263-WMMR. What is Elvis's magical phrase? 215-263-WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
We'll wait for that call. We'll get some stories in the meantime. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, Las Vegas brothel Sherry's Ranch offering a sex extravaganza to the Eagles to congratulate them for their Super Bowl victory. As a bonus gift, each player to take them up on the offer will receive a year's supply of Pistol Pete's Pecker penicillin.
Oh my God.
6 victims of imprisoned sex offender R. Kelly saying that they have yet to receive the full $10 million they were awarded 2 years ago. Kelly's asking for more time, saying his prison toilet wine business is suffering supply chain issues. And finally, Jessica Alba's filed for divorce from Cash Warren. In the documents, Alba cites years of having to tell people, yes, that's his name.
Yeah.
All righty, we're going to the phone, see if you happen to know what Elvis's magical phrase is. 215-263. WMMR is the number. We will go to Martin and see if he happens to know. Yo, Martin, good morning, buddy. Hi, Martin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, Martin, what is Elvis's magical phrase?
The magical phrase is thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, no. I mean, that's one of Elvis's great phrases, but that's not the one we're looking for. Let me go to, hang on a second. We're going to go to Susan. Hi, Susan, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. All right, Susan, do you know Elvis's magical phrase?
Yeah, I heard it this morning. I want to see if I can get it right. Hoobie goody gacha.
I'm going to give it to you.
It's close enough.
It was Rakadakazuga, but, you had the delivery down, so we'll set you up with that. Susan, hang on. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see this band, Doobie Brothers, along with the Coral Reefer Band on August 13th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. Rakadakazuga.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All right, a couple of interesting stories to pass along to you. Vince Neil, Motley Crue, was not on his private aircraft when it crashed into another jet at Scottsdale Airport in Arizona yesterday.
Yeah.
One person was killed. Several were hospitalized. Hours after the incident, the band shared a statement on social media from Rorick Robinson IV, who they identified as Neil's representative. Neil's Learjet aircraft was trying to land at Scottsdale Airport when, for reasons unknown at this time, the plane veered from the runway, causing it to collide with another parked plane.
But I completely missed. I saw the plane crash. I didn't realize it was their plane.
Yeah, so Neil's 35A model plane had 2 pilots and 2 passengers on board, noting that further details are not available at this rapidly evolving situation, and there is ongoing investigation. They said Mr. Neil's thoughts and prayers go out to everyone involved, and he is grateful for the critical aid of all first responders assisting today. In a previous post that has since been deleted, the band stated that Neil's girlfriend and her friend were on the plane and sustained non-life-threatening injuries.
Yeah, that was the first version of the story I saw talking about their injuries. So they're saying that's not the case?
Well, so the story that I saw this morning was that she had 5 broken ribs.
Okay. Well, that's injured, yeah.
But this is their official statement.
All right.
They also shared that the pilot was tragically killed, and the co-pilot and other passengers were being treated at nearby hospitals. Authorities confirmed a fatality in a news briefing, and 5 people were involved in the incident altogether. Now, according to a Scottsdale Fire Department spokesperson, they said the collision occurred after the arriving plane's left gear failed upon landing. And it veered off course and then slammed into this other parked aircraft. So we'll see if there's more to come up to that. Speaking of horrible, man, David Johansen, also known as Buster Poindexter, his family is opening up about his secret health battle. The singer of the New York Dolls has stage 4 cancer, brain cancer, which has progressed to a brain tumor. So it started off as a different form of cancer, now it's a brain tumor. He also has a broken back.
Yeah.
His daughter, Leah Hennessy, revealed in several emotional posts via her Instagram story on Monday. Johansson, who is 75, is the sole surviving member of the 70s punk band. And she said, she stated in this release, as some, but not many of you know, David has been in intensive treatment for stage 4 cancer for the most of the past decade.
I did not know that.
She revealed that 5 years ago, at the beginning of the pandemic, they discovered his cancer had progressed and that he had a brain tumor. She had said there have been complications ever since, adding that her father never made his diagnoses public. Hennessy shared that she and her mom have decided to reveal his health condition due to the increasingly severe financial burden that their family is facing. And she revealed they are launching a fundraiser to help offset his medical bills. Johansson had a setback months ago after a nasty spill down the stairs, according to his daughter. She said, to make matters worse, the day after Thanksgiving, David fell down the stairs and broke his back in 2 places. While he underwent surgery, he has been bedridden and incapacitated. Due to the trauma, David's illness has progressed exponentially. And she said, my mother's caring for him around the clock. In a statement to Rolling Stone, Johansson himself said, we've been living with my illness for a long time, still having fun, seeing friends and family, carrying on. But this tumble the day after Thanksgiving really brought us to a whole new level of debilitation.
That's why when you hit a certain age, falls can be really, really problematic.
Yeah, it was the downward arc for my mom.
Same thing, yeah.
This is the worst pain I've ever experienced, he said, in my entire life. I've never been one to ask for help, but this is an emergency. Thank you. They partner with the Sweet Relief Musicians Fund. The organization provides financial help to those in the music industry struggling with health issues. And they said with professional specialized care, we're hopeful that David can regain some mobility and independence. David is a legend, but he's also my very real, very sick dad. She said, I know how dire so many of our situations are right now and how much fundraising literally everyone is doing. But if you love David or any of the magic that he's brought into the world, please just take a minute and read this or share. Thank you guys as always. So, man, oh, man, I hope he can make a recovery. It doesn't sound very good.
No, it does not.
And then one last story. It is a blast from Green Day's past, sort of. The band is producing a new comedy. It's a film called New Year's Rev, starring Mason Thames. The story follows a teenager who decides to live each day as if it's his last, leading to unexpected adventures, and is at least loosely based on the early days of Green Day when they were living in a van. And yes, the band members will also make cameo appearances in the film. In a statement, Billy Joe Armstrong said, Van Days rule. Then ended his comment with, "Let the music and mischief ensue." So don't know when this is coming out, but they are working on it.
Do you remember the? Did you ever see the movie that the Foo Fighters produced? The horror movie.
I did
Comedy
not.
horror? Yeah.
No,
it was okay.
Yeah.
It was all right. It wasn't great, but it was
I forgot
fun.
about that.
I forgot the name of it though. But yeah.
All right.
Was that it? Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
All right, that is music news for you. Let's take a break. Come back in a second. When we return, we wrap up the show. We'll get our letter of the day for the word of the week, as always. So make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you in 7 days.
7 days. 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
Lindsay Lohan.
I was just watching Mean Girls last night on E.
Well, there was this video of her dancing over the weekend, and it went viral.
Is it laughable, sexy?
I'm hesitant to even say viral. Like, how many does it take before it's called viral?
Good question.
You know,
Viral is not, yeah.
So I just saw it this morning, and it's her dancing. And
what is it?
To be honest, it's not that big of a deal. It's just her dancing around a little bit. But some people have made a thing about it. She flips her hair in it. She leans her head down and flips her hair way up. So people are making a thing about that.
Oh my gosh.
Here, hang on. And there's the hair flip. So she does it twice. We're watching the video of it right now. And, well, now Busy Phillips and Kelly Oxford are getting in on the action. They spoofed Lindsay's now viral dance to the song Pillow Talk.
Oh, snap.
While Lindsay snapped her fingers and flipped her hair at her beach club in, I don't know where it is. Phillip and Oxford got down in the kitchen.
Oh,
and
man.
Phillips wrote on Instagram, honestly, it's weirdly harder to nail than it seemed. Respect.
All right.
What's going on?
They're throwing shade. They're throwing shade at her, Preston.
Are they?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Shady?
Yeah, they're throwing shade, but then they threw respect in there.
Yeah.
RESPICT.
That's right.
They're making fun of the hair flip?
Yes.
I would make fun of the mom dance instead. I mean, the hair
I've
flip
been
is the only
flipping
thing that
my hair
was
like
legit.
that since high school.
Right?
Yeah.
I
It's like a
it all.
stupid, you're drunk, flip your hair.
I like Lindsay's thing, and I like the mock thing. I think it looks cute.
So anyhow, they did a thing about that thing.
Wow.
There was a
It's just said
wow.
the original thing has been followed by another thing.
This is what constitutes as news these days, folks.
Over the weekend, a thing occurred, which was immediately followed by 2 rejoinder thingies.
Pregnant Meghan Markle's sartorial choices.
Yes.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
Oh, okay, no. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance, but some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final day of her royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has She has.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant.
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yeah. I mean, that's a little
Does
sheer.
it matter that there are sexy photos of her on the internet to the royal family, do you think? Because, when she did Suits and she did some modeling
There's a whole
stuff,
bunch of it.
Yeah.
And Nick, she had actually just done one prior to this whole...
To meeting Prince Harry?
Yes, and it's excellent.
And the whole family received a portfolio of all of this stuff and said, here's what we're dealing with.
She's a beautiful woman.
If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa. Fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa.
By the
That's the
way,
royal family version of fap.
why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, yo, dude, I can see your panties?
But she makes the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties.
By the way, Shake Shack,
Yep.
love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so...
He makes the special sauce.
I literally ate it one time, and I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it.
Oh, no.
And I had to race. Oh, my God. I'm trying to get home. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. I
can make it.
And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick.
Oh.
Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the fourth floor. I had to dump by it outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump?
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
This morning.
God.
Kathy,
I
it was either that or in my pants. What do I do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the.
Couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no.
I mean,
Because
and also just so open to tell the story. It's amazing.
not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted. You know?
Hey,
Gav!
More FM's right over there.
Right.
Well,
Q102 is right down the street.
Q102 is down the street. He crapped there.
Oh my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
Funny.
How?
How could it?
How?
But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes. Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Right, exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
No. You started down the path.
Just say it quietly so we can't hear.
All right, I'll just whisper it.
They're not listening.
So I had to
smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So what ended up.
Take your dog for a walk.
So,
I left it there.
All right. So a little bit did end up in my underpants. So I had.
That was just like a bingo.
So I had to luckily I had. Nobody can hear this, right?
Right. No, good.
So luckily I had all these T-shirts in the back of my car.
Did you fashion in makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh no! It gets better. Oh my God. Okay, so then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, dude, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right, so I can't. Like if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're gonna go, well, who pooped here
and look at security.
They're going to look at security and they're going to see me like all ashamed crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to like collect it all.
Oh my God.
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
Yeah, I cleaned my spot.
Hate you.
I hate me too, Kathy. When I got home.
And this was all because of what?
Freaking Shake Shack.
Oh, Shake Shack.
No, not Five Guys. Don't you talk
They're
bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it?
On the over
By
at
the loading docks. Well, you unloaded.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm
had to go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get in.
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it. I do. Believe me. I'm not. This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Yeah.
Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back, and that's noble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the bag?
They watched both, and they were like, okay, well, he came back and cleaned it.
We'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
On the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all. That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's
notice.
That's it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not. Now today is Tattoos Day. Thank you to everybody who texted in. Our winner of Tattoos Day today on the 11th day of February is Mr. Anthony Andruzzi, who is from Levittown. And Anthony is getting an Eagles-themed Preston and Steve tattoo.
Oh, that's very cool.
From Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Yes. And if you're interested, you should definitely look these guys up. 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. They came by here, our studio, and gave 9 separate people Eagles tattoos last
That's a
week.
wild experience, and look what happened. We won the Super Bowl.
How about that? So if you want to check out their samples, you can visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. A thank you to our guest today. We had the Chief of Police for Lower Marion Township, Andy Block, who came in. And was not only giving us some safety tips should you be attending a parade, specifically the big one on Friday. And he had some good suggestions as far as being reasonable about your alcohol intake. Sure, have some drinks. It's a celebration, but just don't get bombed out of your mind.
Yeah.
And you're going to miss out on a lot of stuff if you do anyway. Don't carry any weapons. Travel light. Be with friends. Keep an eye on each other. He gave us some no-brainer stuff, but you need to be reminded of it leading into this. And also, they have a recruitment for new Lower Marion police officers, and you can reach out to them via their social media. And
they're starting a new long-hair division.
Long-hair division. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And they also had a really cool citizen program where you can go for 8 weeks, once a week, and do ride-alongs and training and stuff like that, just to give you an idea of what it is to go through, or to kind of dip your toes in there and see if you might want to be a cop.
Absolutely.
And so
Where
that's
do you
coming
think
up.
they got that name?
What name?
Citizen.
From you.
Very good.
That's
Didn't
right.
even think of that. Yeah, you're
Been
correct.
undercover for 5 years.
Yeah, man.
Everyone come out and tell you now.
Vice Squad, right? Yeah, you bust hookers.
Vice, homicide, street cleaning, whatever's needed.
Whatever's needed.
Undercover. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anything and everything.
He had great suggestions, by the way. I think his best one was most people go to these things with friends.
Yeah.
And if you find your friend or friends getting out of control, gently pull them back.
It's the best.
When I was out there, for the almost 2 hours I was out there, I saw none of what I did later see on TV, and I saw some Twitter post or here's Philly, and it had this great overhead shot of all these people on Broad Street from a drone. But then it had people, with some fire and then people took a whole signpost down. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, why do people do that? I mean, yes, celebrate, be joyous. Don't break things. Don't light things on fire. Don't crumple things up. And certainly if on the night of the win, and also, on the day of the parade coming up, be a good citizen. Be aware. Just like the team has risen to this great level, let the city, let the fans rise to the same level, if not better.
Agreed.
I like it.
Yeah. And
I
ballet
like it.
dance.
And ballet dance. Like no one's watching.
Yeah.
I also brought the Inquirer, which I bought yesterday, for a economical $6.95.
Stop it.
I'm
Are you
not
serious?
kidding you. I am not kidding you.
That's the paper cost?
When I was leaving the city at 6 a.m. or 5:30 yesterday morning.
Special edition.
I went to the Wawa and said I ought to get one of these. And then I said, he goes, that'll be $7. I go, excuse me? and papers aren't quite as thick as
No.
It's
It's like toilet paper, yeah.
You can see how thin it is, but...
I think it's just all about Eagles, right?
Yeah,
all
it's a
about
special
Super Bowl,
edition.
so a special edition.
But, good for them.
What are you going to do with that? Do you save things like that?
I don't know. I mean, I actually got some stuff for the Fanatic for decorating, for some stuff that I was going to put up down there, and it's stacked up in one of my rooms. I have framed stuff that I got at some art shop of Philadelphia sporting victories past.
Okay.
So I thought
your
we might be
sports
able to do
cave.
something with that.
Yeah.
Because it's certainly not going anywhere with me. But there it is.
Your sports cave, as Steve said.
Yep.
Yeah.
I live in that cave.
Yeah, you do.
Only come out to street the cleans.
Eat raw meat.
I mean, clean the streets.
Street the cleans.
And do a homicide investigation.
Yeah.
Of course.
Inspector Robert.
Yeah.
Homicide.
Citizen.
He's going to be here any hour.
All right. Letter of the day?
Oh, sure.
Sure, yeah.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
A as in Arnold.
All right, and we will give away our prize of $500 on Friday. It's from Captain America himself. Yes, don't forget that Marvel Studios' Captain America Brave New World, starring Anthony Mackie and Harrison Ford, is in theaters everywhere this Friday, and you can get tickets now. What's happening on your show today?
By the way, I believe, be joining you for your broadcast on Friday.
Sir. We're thrilled.
So both of our programs will broadcast live from the Cambria, which is this cool new hotel. I think it's relatively new on Broad Street, where there's a whole strip of great hotels and restaurants and the theaters there. It's going to be a great place to be.
Yeah.
So I look forward to that on Friday. We'll have a couple more pieces of my Sunday night adventures on Broad Street. And then workforce blocks of Lincoln Park for Mike Shinoda's birthday, Jethro Tull, George Thorogood, and more positive, joyful songs of victory and celebration.
Excellent. Thank you, Pierre, and thank you to our sponsors, The Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', and also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods and local flavors. Tomorrow, a Wednesday, so we will check in with our friends at Fox Good Day. We will also, we're going to have actor Morris Chestnut on the phone.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
And we will have a secret text word prize for you and many other things. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.